Looking for a little peace and quiet? Didn't think so.
You have a nasty habit of surviving.
Brace yourself.
Martini. Dry martini, lemon peel, shaken.
Shaken?
Shaken.
Shaken, but...
Not stirred.
Oh, that's stirred, not shaken. That was right.
She's just coming, sir.
I think he's attempting re-entry, sir.
Mr. Bond?
Good evening, Mr. Bond.
Bonjour, Monsieur Bond.
Goodbye, Mr. Bond.
This is the part I really like.
Do you expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
My name's Bond.
James Bond.
Bond. James Bond.
Bond. James Bond.
The original action-adventure hero, James Bond.
Hello everyone, I'm Christopher Nightingale.
I'm Aunt Hannah.
I'm Stan Bean.
And today we're talking all things Bond. Now, the James Bond franchise is 55 years old and counting. And in that time, EON Productions has made 24 James Bond films. And the discussion amongst fans, the big question is, which of those films is the best? It's a hard question, but we've tried to answer it using a ranking system based on the scores that us three have compiled. We've each done our own individual list, ranking the Bond films from worst to best. That's 24th to first. And then we've put all the scores together. They've been independently adjudicated, and they are in this envelope here. And we are going to go through each one and discuss each one in turn. Any that result in a tie have been broken. Their tie has been broken by IMDb User Score, so we do have a definitive 24-1. So, let's begin.
Decent.
The Big Bond countdown. So, the 24th best Bond film, aka the worst James Bond film, is...
I was always very interested to meet you. I'd heard so much about you from Vesper. If she hadn't killed herself, we would have had you too.
Are you going to tell us who you work for?
The first thing you should know about us is that we have people everywhere.
I thought I could trust you. You said you weren't motivated by revenge.
I'm motivated by my duty.
I think you're so blinded by inconsolable rage that you don't care who you hurt. When you can't tell your friends from your enemies, it's time to go.
You don't have to worry about me.
Restrict Bond's movements. Put a stop on his passports. Find Bond.
How long have I got? 30 seconds. That doesn't give us a lot of time.
Quantum of Solace.
Why am I not surprised?
So, Stan, do you want to start us off? Where did you put Quantum of Solace?
Well, Chris, I'll tell you where I put Quantum of Solace. I put Quantum of Solace bottom of the list. I put it at 24. Yeah, it's
what are your thoughts on Quantum of Solace?
Oh, what are my thoughts on Quantum of Solace? Well, where to begin? That is. How do you start with the film? Frankly, the storyline was a massive cock up.
Yeah,
it was. It you know, there was no kind of formality to it. It just veered off everywhere. You didn't get a sense of what was going on.
Well, what was the story? I don't know.
Exactly. That's why I was struggling to talk about it. Yeah.
Something to do with oil, water, Bolivia.
It was a bit of a cliche, I think, and it had none of the characteristics you expect from a decent Bond movie. You know, the car, the gadgets, the girls. You know, it just wasn't there. It was just
very bland.
Exactly.
Really bland. Yeah.
So what do you put it?
I actually put it 22nd.
22nd. Oh, so there's a couple.
I think there's two more that I could put it, but you can't sort of. I mean, you can't knock the opening sequence though. That is quite spectacular. The opening car chase, which does, but then it just slowly doesn't really recover from that. Really, it just gets a bit lower and lower, and that's what's a bit of a letdown. Really, I mean, it's like I mean, you would think it'd be good because it's a dovetail from the previous one. So obviously, there's certain questions that you want to find out about. You know what was going to find on, but it just didn't really do anything. But obviously, as we later find out, it's sort of a setup movie in a weird way for the most recent one, isn't it?
So, we'll get on to that one.
We'll get on to that one. Yeah. But,
all in all, it just was a bad film. Bond or not, it just was genuinely awful.
Well, I've got it as 23, so I've got one. I've got one.
Right, so we are close.
That is very close.
Pretty close to some.
Yeah, I don't think there's many redeeming features with this film. I think I actually think Gemma Arterton is good in her little role, but she's wasted. She don't get and I do actually like the fact that Bond has a Bond girl who's just kind of an ally. Who's not romantically? Who for once he's not romantically interested. I actually think that's pretty good. In certain Bond films, that's actually, you don't have to kind of force a romantic relationship between Bond and the girl. I actually think
that's Bond in the past.
He's a womanizer, really,
but now things have changed.
We're missing those female action, figures.
I think times have changed. It's good how it goes. It doesn't stay in that.
Definitely.
Weakest part, the villain.
Yeah.
Jesus, I mean, do you remember who he is?
I really
God, is so
like
bad.
I say, some oil, manufacturer or CEO of this company, something to do with oil.
Yeah, Green, Dominic Green.
Exactly,
Dominic Green. You see, I didn't. He's completely forgettable.
Yeah,
but this is the thing. The reason you don't remember is because it was a shit job.
Yeah,
I see Quantum of Solace as like. They were just copying Bourne Identity. They tried to do Bourne in every action sequence. You couldn't really tell what was going on. It was just mental. It's it's not Craig's finest hour.
Definitely
no, it definitely wasn't.
Well, so if you're gonna start on the James Bond franchise, folks, don't start with Quantum of Solace. Right. Okay. So. Right. On to the next one. Number 23.
Let's have it.
Is.
Your freedom came at too high a price.
The mission was compromised. The same person who set me up then has just set me up again. So I'm going after him. Got your attention.
Tell me what you know of James Bond.
He'll light the fuse on any explosive situation.
Show me the diamonds. Don't blow it all at once. What happened to you? Bond.
And be a danger to himself and others.
I'm going to let him mix things up a little.
My friends call me Jinx.
My friends call me James Bond.
Wow, now there's a mouthful.
Who sent you?
Your mama.
glad you can make it, Mr. Bond.
I see you don't chase dreams, you live them.
One of the virtues of never sleeping, I have to live my dreams.
Time to draw the line.
Well, it seems you've become useful again.
Maybe it's time you let me get on with my job. So, this is where they keep the old relics, eh? Twist so, voila! You know, you're cleverer than you look.
Better than looking cleverer than you are.
James, be careful.
A nice palace can be such a treacherous place.
I take it Mr. Bond's been explaining his Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, I think I got the thrust of it.
Must you touch everything?
Would you like to show me more?
Kill him. Now!
1,000 meters and closing.
Put you back into it, eh? Let's get down to business.
Looks like we're going down together.
Not yet!
Die another day.
Bit of a theme going on here,
do you want me to start with this one?
Go on then.
Yeah, please, go on.
24.
24.
Rock bottom for me.
Wow.
I think this is... I have a story to tell with this one. God. I was like 12 years old when it was my 12th birthday when this film came out, and of course all the Bond films, you know, since the Brosnan era have been 12s and above. So this was the first film I got to see in the cinema. I was obsessed with Bond. I couldn't get enough of it. I was really excited. I was taking loads of friends, and I just remember coming out thinking, it's just not as good as the others. There's something really quite wrong here, and it's just... Lee Tamahori, the director, I don't know what he was thinking. He just went mental with this film. It's CGI overload. There's no reality at all with it. When you start getting invisible cars and kite surfing tsunamis.
Oh god, yeah.
It's just it's terrible.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
I mean, this is it. Quantum of Solace was a bad film. You know, it just was. But with this film, it seems like they've tried to incorporate all of the again the characteristics of a great Bond film, but then just absolutely milked it. Like they've gone so overboard that it's just kind of, you've just gone, you know what, no, it's too much. It's just, no, we're not having it. It was dreadful. And like the villain, like again, like Quantum Solace,
Toby Stevens. Well, that's the other thing. I mean, I'm sorry, but you cannot put a rainbow mask on your face and turn for and spoiler alerts, it's going to be spoilers galore in this video. You can't put a mask on your face and turn from Korean to English in a year. I'm not buying it. No. And yet somehow he manages to do that. Oh, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yes, it was. I mean, there are a few points during the film where you're kind of like, okay, that's all right. Yeah. Like for instance, John Cleese, when John Cleese comes up, and obviously he's got the Aston Martin vanish. I think that's great. I think that's a really good use of the, you know, playing on all the gadgets and the stuff they've done with previous films. But outside of that box, you know, again, you're just going into it.
Where did you put it on your list, sir?
I actually put Die Another Day at 18.
Oh right, okay. So there must be some bits of it that you quite enjoy.
This is it. I quite, again, I like John Cleese. I like the car. I quite like the chase scene at the end on ice. I think that's kind of cool. The settings are quite fun. I actually like that. The story, fine, that is horrendous. But it just has little bits you kind of want in a Bond film. It's just a shame that they've not kind of implemented a decent storyline on top of that. So that's kind of it. But I mean, it's I'm quite not sentimental. It was one of the first Bond films I ever saw. Obviously, I'm a bit younger than yourself, so whenever I sort of think back to the Pierce Brosnan films, kind of my first thought is Die Another Day. Whether it's bad or better, you know, than his other films, I don't know. It just springs to mind. So you know, it's a bad film, but for me, there are other films that, you know, are a bit worse for me. So bottom of the table, but not quite 23rd, you know.
Okay. Where did you have Ant?
Stone Cold last.
Yeah, you had it last as well.
I mean, it's very hard with that one, but yeah, there was no. I'd say it was the worst because, like I say, CG overhaul, just really, really ridiculous. You know, quite. You know, some comical moments, but you can't really take it serious. I mean, I did like the opening scene that Fair played. That was fairly interesting, but then there was this moment that just and the cheesy liners and stuff.
Well, this is the thing. There's a great opening. He's captured in North Korea and he's tortured. He comes out of it, never mentioned again.
Yeah,
it's like, what was the point?
Completely gratuitous.
It's like, it didn't mean anything.
Yeah, it's completely nonsensical.
Yeah, for me, it's like sword fight and Rosamund Pike are the two things that are good in that film. I think Rosamund Pike is actually underused. Actually, considering she's done like Gone Girl and all this, actually as an actress, she's not.
She was one of the better actors in that film.
She's not used well at all, I think. But yeah, I just have a real problem with this film. I feel sorry for Pierce Brosnan that this is his last Bond film.
Because it's like they just got with a bang. And like you say, they've gone overboard with all
that's the thing. That's the bad thing.
But the thing about a Bond movie is you don't need to overload, with CGI effects and all the rest of it. You know, a good Bond film it's completely the opposite of that. It's next to no effects. Apart from stunts and what.
Yeah, you want the real stunts.
You want it to feel human like, and it just doesn't do that.
What I think with Bond is you need to have. It can be a bit out there and over the top, but as long as you can believe that it could actually happen. Whereas the gene therapy, I'm not bothered. No. It just doesn't feel like it can actually take place. Kite surfing a tsunami, it does not feel like it can take place. No, absolutely it looks terrible.
I mean, you draw on this, MI5 thing. That's a real place. That's real agents. So they for a start they've not made it up. So there is some level of kind of naturalness to it. But to then like you say, go and do that over a tsunami, I don't think the real agents at MI5 are going to be doing anything like that. Exactly. So you've really got to imagine. Come on,
it's just a cinema thing, right?
It is.
Make it look fantastic, But
that's where you put good villains in. You put the gadgets. That's where you make for cinematic Hollywood effects. I don't think they gave the actors much credibility because, like I said, it was overhauled with all this. They didn't have really much to flourish with it because they are good actors. There's Pierce Brosnan, there's Judi Dench, them pretty good actors. But and
I have to say as well, Halle Berry. She's not very good in it. She's awful in this film.
I don't really particularly rate her.
No, I don't rate her at all. In this film, I think she's. And I don't know if it's her fault or the script's fault, but I think she is particularly bad in this film.
Yeah, definitely.
Again, it's annoying. It's so annoying.
I feel like it's the script writers are at fault. The company just they're good actors. Yeah. They all are great actors. But she's just been put in a bad film, and you have to read the lines.
Yeah, you have to read the lines she's given. She's been given awful lines.
Bad lines. Yeah. You can only make that so good and believable. And, frankly, it's not. It was like that throughout the film. So you can't blame him for.
No, I think it's part of the script.
Yeah, exactly. Because she's a great actress. Yeah, but it was a waste. It felt again a bit unnecessary. Yeah. It was it felt like putting a Bond girl into the film for the sake of it.
Yeah,
she just for the whole time just felt like a kind of sidekick. She never had any unique point in the plot. It was just like, oh, Bond finds a girl, comes with.
That's it.
Save today.
That's it.
Yeah. It wasn't like
there was no arc to her character. Yeah. She didn't have any character. Well, I don't know what her character was.
Yeah. No. That was it.
Oh man.
The case with so many Bond films as well. Yeah.
So that's 23rd. That's Die Another Day.
All right.
Number 22.
There we go.
You've been waiting for him. Asking for him. Now he's here.
Who are you?
My name is Bond. James Bond.
He's back in a new Bond spectacular.
Kill him!
hell, Blofeld?
He's back.
Good evening.
And we're back to what great movies are all about.
Hey, what the hell is this? Hey, listen, you can't do this to me. I've got friends in this town.
Outrageous, fun-making thrills.
I didn't know there was a pool down there.
He's back. The character who runs rings around his enemies in Diamonds Are Forever. Forever, forever. And they're back. Some rare facets of female bondage.
Well, that's quite a nice little nothing you're almost wearing. I approve.
I don't dress for the hired help.
Starring Jill St. John, Charles Gray, and he's back as Blofeld, 007 style.
Good evening, 007.
From the Diamond Territory of South Africa.
Curious how everyone who touches those diamonds seems to die.
The canals of Amsterdam. To the gaming halls of Las Vegas.
Hi, I'm Plenty.
But of course you are.
Plenty O'Toole.
Named after your father, perhaps?
To the rocket sites of Nevada. Sean Connery, alias James Bond 007, is back in action.
Diamonds are forever, 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 forever.
Please.
Diamonds are forever. Diamonds are forever. Wow. Okay. So, Ant, do you want to start us off on this one? Where did you put down?
23rd.
23rd.
I had a feeling this would have been low. I had a very strong inkling this would be very low.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's the film that after Lazenby, it's a dovetail one, but it's a whole new Bond, and obviously you can tell it's just, you know, because Connery's come back for this one, you can tell it's just, you've just done one too many. You really have, and you know, I mean, you would think because it's got an iconic character like Blofeld, they've recast it. You know, I think it was a good, casting choice, but it's. The story, there wasn't really a, you know, there's always a big theme and there's always a big mega plan, but I couldn't really think what the plan was. Yeah. What was the plan? All I can remember is just the globe with the laser beam. That's all I can remember.
That's it, just zaps a couple of missiles.
Zaps a couple of missiles. Oh, you know, it's like, you know.
Oh, man.
And, yeah.
I mean, that's it. This film in particular, that's one of the Bond films that I least recall because it is just that bad. And it's a shame because Sean Connery, as I'm sure you would agree, is up there with in the top 2 Bonds easily.
Absolutely.
For the most part, all of his films have been great, and obviously they set the tone for the rest of the films. You know, after that, so you know, you really credit to him. But that film, I mean, you kind of just got a feeling like. For whatever reason, didn't like George Lazenby. I liked George Lazenby. I think the film's great. I think it's a shame. But for him to come back, it just felt again. Yeah, it was unnecessary. It was worn out, and you know, he's either doing it for the paycheck or they're you know, they run out of ideas. So you know,
where did you have it on your list then?
I had it at 20.
20?
Yeah, so not quite as low, but obviously we're all in the same ballpark, you know. It just, again, there are other films that I feel are just, you know, just that bad. I think I'm a bit sentimental towards Sean Connery, so I think that's probably part of why I can't bring it so low. I like Pierce Brosnan, but I tend to find his films being sort of lowered down just for that matter. Again, I'm a massive Sean Connery fan. I think he's my favourite Bond, so I think on that alone, I think that's probably why it's not quite as down there as you two. Not quite as cynical. Yeah,
I have it as number 22, so I had it pretty low as well. I think it's Connery's worst film. I have like you, I have an issue with the fact that it follows On Her Majesty's Secret Service, but actually it doesn't link back at all to On Her Majesty's Secret Service. It's almost as if they almost tried to forget that On Her Majesty's Secret Service happened. And so you've got Connery back in kind of a pretty goofy film, to be honest, but it doesn't. But there's some weird stuff in there. Like, I mean, the weird stuff is what makes it kind of stand out. But you got moon buggies in here. You've got this oil rig finale, which is so boring. So boring.
It's almost like
you don't care.
Because he's knocking him around in the thing.
And you got like Plenty O'Toole, who's just in there for like a second, and then she's just chucked out of a window into a swimming pool, and then there are very few good moments in this film. I think that's the thing for me. You got the fight in the elevator, fight in the lift, which is good.
That's a good scene.
That's a great scene. The car chase going on two wheels, that's good.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But that's about it.
That's it. That's the fight in the elevator. Whenever I think of, Diamonds Are Forever. Thank you.
See, that's how
memorable Diamonds Are Forever.
Exactly. That says everything. That's it. But when I think of Diamonds Are Forever, that's the one scene I think about, because it's the only, for me, memorable decent. I mean, a fight in a lift is not the most, but just being that the rest of the film was that bad.
It's the one scene you actually feel he's actually in some sort of danger. He's actually in some sort of.
Okay, this makes sense. For me, though, the film, like you say, with the moon buggies and all this, I mean, we're going back a while here, and Bond films have always been pushing the boundaries of cinema. Like, of course, they're great films, they do that, but this just felt like they were trying to be so ahead of their time. The capabilities they had then, needless to say. To do all that in the film was just, they were never going to pull that off, let alone even attempt to do it.
It just comes off as a bizarre, and it's also a bizarre scene, because if I remember rightly, why is he there? I don't even know why he's there.
It's like he's
to discover some diamonds, but the diamonds aren't.
He's chased the guy there, but then for some reason that's in the place where he's out. So I'm thinking, what sort of place is this?
Literally, he's only there just for this moon buggy.
It was a really poor story. The way it was written,
they've just thrown everything into it, and then they've tried to mix it, but that mixing has just gone.
It's not the right mix.
It's the wrong mix.
So
again, it's another waste, because Sean Connery's a great actor.
Sean Connery bang.
And we're getting on a bit from his first film. They're more capabilities by then. Again, not that much, but compared to say Dr. No.
But I think you can kind of tell with this one that he has been paid a lot of money to come back.
Absolutely.
He doesn't look like he's really interested in what's going on.
I'm done with Bond, but I'll take the paycheck. I can't say no to this amount of money.
That's it. So. We're rattling through these. Number 21 is.
As the countdown begins to the 21st century, it's good to know there is still one number you can always count on.
Bond.
Can't you just say hello like a normal person?
Renard is behind this.
He will die, along with everyone in the city.
We do not negotiate with terrorists.
His only goal is chaos.
I sent 009 to kill Renard. He put a bullet in his head. That bullet's still there.
He feels no pain. He can push himself harder, longer than any normal man.
No hard feelings, Mr. Bond.
It appears that you have been beaten.
Don't make this personal.
I can't do that.
I just can't help thinking I'm next.
New model?
The very latest in intercepts and countermeasures, and 6 beverage cup holders.
I've always tried to teach you 2 things. First, never let them see you bleed. And the second?
Always have an escape plan.
For the world's greatest secret agent.
You've defused hundreds of these, right?
When the stakes are high.
Yeah, but they're usually standing still.
Life's full of small challenges.
And the danger hits too close to home.
He has M.
By noon tomorrow, you'll feel nothing at all.
I thought it was your job to protect me.
It's not just professional.
Someone's tampered with the bomb!
It's personal.
I have to get it back, or somebody's gonna have my butt.
First things first. I'm gonna find him.
Who's afraid now, Mr. Bond?
I will not miss.
I never miss.
Do you want to put that in English for those of us who don't speak spy?
Why am I suddenly worried I'm not carrying enough insurance?
Your time is up.
The world is not enough.
The world is not enough. Oh man!
Wow.
That's I must admit that's a surprise to me. Actually, I've actually got this film down as number 12.
That is the first moment
I've actually got
of shock horror. That to me is like
I've got this film down. I don't think this film is bad. I actually think it gets a lot of crap thrown at it that it doesn't deserve. I think the villains are. I actually think the villains. I think Electra King is great. I think Renard is pretty. His scenes with because Robert Carlyle, his scenes with Brosnan are really good. When they're one-on-one, they're great. I think some of the action is great. I think the opening, the pre-title sequence where one is in the bank, where Brosnan is most badass. He comes out of that. And then he goes into the speedboat chase on the Thames, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good scene.
And the rest of the film, I just think it's a well-structured Bond film, and I like Zukovsky coming back.
Yeah,
I do like the story. I think it's a believable story.
Yeah.
The problem I have with it is Denise Richards. Denise Richards.
Yeah.
She's not a nuclear scientist. No one ever believes she's a nuclear scientist. Nuclear physicist.
Nuclear physicist, yeah.
I have a big problem with her.
Yeah.
But apart from that, I think Brosnan's good. I think I like the way it's shot. I think it is an epic. I quite like this film. I just quite like this film.
Again, like I always say this, going through the Bond films, you know, they had the qualities. You know, they had the. Well, for a start, it needs to be a good Bond.
Yeah.
They need the gadgets, the cars, and a good Bond girl, and just generally a good story. It had those elements. There's no denying that. Like you say, the chase, the boat scene was great. Yeah. The car, the acting with Robert Carlyle, the villain, he was great. He was really good. Like, and again, it's a believable story. It's not kind of completely outlandish.
No,
and, completely unbelievable.
It's totally believable. Yeah.
It wasn't exhausted. It just felt like. They did everything right. They just hadn't made enough of it. Like it's quite hard to explain, but like I say, everything right. It just wasn't. It just wasn't. A strong attempt.
It didn't engage you. Did it? Did it?
I mean, this thing it did, but throughout the entire thing, I'm thinking it could have been so much more. Yeah, that's it. It had the qualities, but it just could have been more. I don't know if that's the story.
That's the case of because I've heard some people say that this film they think it's quite, I won't say boring, but it's quite slow.
It's slow.
There's not a lot going.
That's exactly.
It's a bit of a slog getting to the.
There's a lot of walking here from there and talking and which is fine, but there needs to be a purpose to it, and you can't leave the audience sat down for that long with nothing going on. It's a Bond film, and it does. You just feel for a long time like, where is this going?
It's missing the spark.
The spark. That's it.
It's missing something. It has the I have to admit, very good scenes. Quite enjoyable. But when I watched it recently, I feel like it's just missing that spark.
Yeah, it has all the quirks
that other ones have, but then it's hard to describe that one. Obviously, it is good, but I just think it's.
And again, it's just
the better one.
Yeah, it's a real shame.
So where did you have it on your list?
I actually had it exactly at 21.
21.
Okay, both on 21.
both.
So that's, you know.
Wow. So you must not rate it. It must be something that a film that you just don't go and back and you just don't want to rewatch it. Or you just don't rate it high.
I like Pierce Brosnan. Again, I like Robert Carlyle, and it has those things. They just didn't make any good use of it. That was it. So you just feel it's pointless kind of watching it because you get so much out of it.
It wouldn't be my go-to Bond.
Absolutely.
If you had the thing, it wouldn't be first. It wouldn't be my go-to one.
No.
I mean, Pierce Brosnan films alone, I still, I wouldn't point anyone towards that. You know, absolutely not. Not the first film, anyway. You know.
Well,
it's a shame.
Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, there's what I have to say. There's one outstanding scene that I just love, and it's Desmond Llewellyn when he says goodbye as Q. That probably the best scene in the film, actually. I think that is really quite touching, actually.
It's very,
because he passed away. I think it was either just after.
It was just after that.
In a weird, it's like a weird premonition, like it was going to happen in a weird way, because it's bye and goodbye, bless him. But you know, because he's been in it so long.
And I think that is a great film.
Again, a shame because Pierce Brosnan, it was a good Bond. The films, you know. Okay, but you just wanted it to do well for once, and with this, obviously, such a big part of the film, saying bye to this massive character, it's a shame. It just, you know, it should have paid tribute to him, really. And it didn't.
You just felt it should have been in a better film.
Exactly.
Okay, the next on our list is.
I think you got the point.
James Bond is in operation. And what an operator he is in Ian Fleming's Thunderball.
Have you seen everything you came to see? Go back to your friends and report. Tell them the little fish I throw back into the sea. Come on!
Thunderball stars Claudine Auger. Young, beautiful, trapped. Could be dangerous.
What sharp little eyes you've got.
Wait till you get to my teeth.
Adolfo Celli, smooth, silent. Spectre's agent of death. Luciana Paluzzi, lovely to look at, murderous to know.
Friends of yours, no doubt. Come in.
007, danger sign with the world's most famous gentleman agent with a license to kill and license to thrill. 007, guarantee sign of prompt delivery, night and day service. Ravishing redheads. Bronze brunettes. Honey blondes. The Bond women 007 style.
Thunderball, number 20. Now, I must say, I've got this pretty low. I've got this as 21. I think this is... The problem I have with this film is it's really slow. I think it's really boring. I think it's a really boring Bond film. I think whenever it's above water, whenever it's on land, it's great.
Yeah.
Whenever they go underwater, I don't know whether it's at the time they were getting used to filming stuff underwater or what, but it's so slow. It just grinds to a halt. And that makes the film dull, and I don't go back and rewatch it, and that's why I wouldn't recommend it. That's why I have it so low.
What you're saying.
Although I think Sean Connery is very good in it.
Absolutely.
I think Fiona Volpe, the girl, the villainess, is fantastic.
She's good. Yeah,
she's great in it.
Good.
And I think some of the scenes, some of the one-liners that Connery has, where he harpoons the guy against a tree. I think he got the point. I mean, they're just classic. There's some classic Bond moments in there. But for me, it's just dull. I just think it's dull, and that's why I put it
going
down
to that thing about going underwater. Like you say, I don't know if it's because it's ahead of their time. They're trying to do it necessarily for the sake of it, but in them doing that, they're kind of wanting you to go, ooh, that's cool, but actually then in doing that, they're completely then putting the whole plot to the side, and you're kind of just doing it for the sake of it at that point. So I understand that, but like you say, with certain things like, with the harpoon, for me there are a lot of those moments in the film where I'm like, that's the Bond we want. And granted, it can be slow, but I just felt there was enough in it for me to actually put it fairly high up in the list.
So where have you got it?
Oh, where have I got it? I've got it at 13.
13, wow.
13, it's quite high.
That's
again, going back to this thing, I'm quite sentimental about Sean Connery. The main villain, he wasn't bad, but there was no standout moment where you felt like this guy was really evil, because in fairness, he didn't really have much part.
There wasn't much to do, did
not many appearances towards until the end.
No.
Where he kind of just directed things. It was his minions that had more part of things. Whereas this guy, until the boat at the end, he felt like this, and even then he wasn't really any threat. Bond kind of just gave him the whack.
It's not really a threatening villain, I think.
No,
and he had his henchmen, but he had so many henchmen. Like, there were so many characters in this film.
It just
too many actually. It's like, you can't remember all of them.
It was very cliche, because again with the eye patch and the white suit, it just felt like we've seen that one before. Come on.
Well, what do you think, Ant?
I put it 18.
18, so it's a bottom half.
It's quite boring, as you say. Probably quite boring. A lot of the underwater some bits, and I'm just thinking, I don't know why it was necessarily always underwater, because there was one bit where it had to you had to show that, but then I'm thinking, why is it carrying on with it? Why does it have to constantly be underwater? It's like the aquatic Bond film.
It is the aquatic Bond film.
I've never seen so much underwater for running time. Thinking, God, it's good. It's but it was it's really lacked in quite a lot of
it. Seems like it was a lot of. It was all about the spectacle. It was like, let's just go for the spectacle, let's go for underwater, let's go to the Bahamas, let's have massive planes, let's have massive bombs, and let's big boats and let's really, and jetpacks. Actually, that's the best scene in the film.
The jetpacks is great.
The pre-title bit where he has the fight with the general and puts the flowers on him afterwards, and then gets the jetpack and flies off. That is great. That's actually the best scene in the film to me, and then it just goes downhill from there. Which is a shame, really, because if the whole film was like that, then could it be right up there?
Again, I'm sat here. I've got it 13th in the list, and I've slated it more than I've given it praise so far. Again, just to reiterate, like there are quirks in it. Like the jetpacks. I liked the underwater scene where they're fighting. Again, the harpoon. There are enough of those scenes for me to go, okay, you know what, I'm not going to put it down that far. But then story-wise, it's not good enough to be kind of top 10 territory. You know what I mean? So it's just a good film. That's it. It's no more. It's no less. I think it's fair to say.
That's fair enough.
No, I agree with that.
Right. On to number 19. The middle ones, which are always the tricky one. The middle ones these are going to be the ones.
You can guess the bottom ones, but these ones absolutely.
How many times can one man leave you breathless? get on his bad side, your number is up. Timothy Dalton is James Bond 007. License to Kill.
Man, License to Kill, number 19. Jeez. Wow. I mean, I'm shocked by this, but that's just me. Okay, Stan, you start with this.
Yeah. For me, I mean, Timothy Dalton, for me, was actually quite a good Bond, and I wish there were more of his films. He was cool, he was stylish, and I quite liked some of his other films. Some of his other films. A few, you know, the Living Daylights, for instance. But yeah, License to Kill, that's the film I've seen the least. So for a start, you know, I can't critique it too much, but from what I saw, well, I've seen the film so long ago, it just, again, like Quantum of Solace, it just had nothing to it, and for that, it's at 23. It's second to last. I just felt the whole drug thing was just like, it was just making up stories as they go along. It just felt so like, oh, you know, you've just done this for the sake of it. You know, it wasn't thorough enough. And again, it perhaps a bit more violent and a bit more kind of sinister.
It is. Yeah. No question about it.
I mean, that's kind of the precursor to a lot of the Daniel Craig's in a kind of way. But just a bad film for me. It just had none of, again, those quirks, had those qualities which I rate all these films off. There was none of that, absolutely nothing. And I like Timothy Dalton. It's just a shame.
You just don't like it.
Yeah, I just don't like it.
Okay, and where do you put it?
I put it 16th.
16th, okay.
So it's bottom there, but it's not quite up there. There's some bits it just I don't quite like about it. Yeah, like I said, the drug thing, but what I probably maybe put it a bit higher than maybe my other ones is because it's really explored a different area to Bond that we've not really seen before. It's an area to Bond that we've not really seen before. Like, obviously we've experienced him with Vendetta, but this is quite a really hefty one because it's quite close to him, because it's an impacted a friend who's been reoccurring through the Bond films. You know, he's been dipping in and out, and he still does today. And it's really affected him. I think that's showing a bit more side of Bond, that he really cares, and he can go when he's in that frame of mind. He's in a real vendetta mood. I praised on that, but for some reason it doesn't seem quite. It just doesn't seem quite right, you know. I think you need to keep a bit of a levelness, you know, not to be too hot-headed. And he basically goes off the rails, doesn't he? Really, in a way. But there's some bits that are quite, you know, good, you know, the end bits. But there was no really there's like one standout thing for me, which is right near the end. The drug scene, you know, like the factory and to the end. But there's just bits that were just a bit like, you know, just a bit, you know, over top. There was a bit of over top violence as well in there. So.
There's nothing much you can really say about it, really. I mean, for me, anyway, you know. So I don't know where you put it in your list.
I think this could be a high one.
This is a high one.
Sorry,
it's alright. we got a dog here, folks. We got Stan's dog here, squeaking away.
A little rubber pig.
A little rubber pig.
Because dogs love rubber pigs.
Oh man, right. This is an interesting one for me. When I was young, watched it. Probably my least favourite Bond. I thought it was too violent. I didn't.
Yeah.
When I was like 18 and stuff, I revisited it and I've rewatched it a couple of times since. And it's one of these films that for me gets better every time you watch it. It's actually broken the top 10 for me. This is number 9. This is number 9 for me. This is number 9.
Yeah.
I think Dalton is the most underrated James Bond.
Oh yeah.
By
I could agree.
some distance. I think he is. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Daniel Craig. Just go hold my hands up. I'm not the biggest fan of Daniel Craig. For me, Daniel Craig tries to do what Dalton does, but Dalton does it better. I think with Dalton, you get the kind of assassin, the guy who is, you know, tough. You have no idea what Dalton's going to do. If Dalton's in a room, you have no idea what he's capable of doing. But he still maintains the suaveness and the sophistication, which I don't think Craig can do.
I think,
and for me, License to Kill is where they basically said, look, we know what Dalton is capable of from Living Daylights. Let's expand on that and go a bit further to it and push it to the absolute limit with what he can do. I think it's gritty and violent, but that to me makes it just more real. It makes it more like Bond is really coming up against someone who is really dangerous here. Sanchez as a villain, you really get a sense of this guy is powerful. He can just do whatever he wants. If anyone betrays him, he will just kill him. He does not care. And that makes it, and because it's a vendetta story, it makes it different. It's more personal, and you feel that through Dalton's performance that he's going to get this guy just through sheer will, because he's done this horrific thing to Felix Leiter, which is similar, and his wife as well. And because of what happened to James Bond and his wife, that comes haunting back to him, and it just motivates him. And I just think it's a really hard-hitting, powerful film with some great bits of acting from Dalton, and I think it's more about the acting in this one. Although the Bond girls, I think the pilot Pam Bouvier is pretty good. I think the other one Lupe isn't too good. But for me, it's all about him and Sanchez. It's them going 1-1. When it's that, it's brilliant. And tanker chase, best vehicle chase in a Bond film.
It's a very good scene.
The stunt work in that is ridiculous. Let's not go on 2 wheels. Let's take an 18-wheeler on 9 wheels. Let's go mental with it. The scale of that. Over the years, every time I see it, I just see something new in it. I think it's seriously underrated. That's why I got it number 9.
I keep saying this with every film. It's just like there's so much potential. And like I say, like you made the comparison between Timothy and Daniel. You know, they're so like gritty, like they're different from the previous Bond. And you're right. Obviously, Timothy was first. He was the original kind of first gritty Bond. So absolutely, Daniel kind of takes from that. And it's got all those things, but just the same as some of the ones I've mentioned earlier. It's just not a good story.
You just think it's a bit flat? Do you think it's
just very flat? It seems like they've got all the right components. They just haven't melded, kind of. You know what I mean?
Because that's what I quite like, that it's so stripped down, because there's no spectacular locations. It's raw. It is so raw. This is the rawest and darkest Bond. There's no question about it.
Absolutely.
But I think I can see that would put people off.
I feel like as a Bond film, it's okay. For me, it's a bit naff. But as a standalone film, it suddenly then becomes, like you say, because it's the first Bond we've experienced in that manner. It's like, oh, actually, this is kind of cool. But as far as storyline stuff go, it was throughout, leaned into and from other movies. But it just as a Bond film, I like the theatricalness, and don't get me wrong, I think it's great what he brought to the the Bond. But there needs to be that level of theatricalness as well, because that's what people are expecting. It's the Bond people, they shouldn't be thinking we have to do something different. It's getting boring here. It's not. The great thing about Bond is you can keep making theatrical Bond films. It's you wouldn't suddenly turn around and make Lord of the Rings or Star Wars something not theatrical. That's exactly why it's there in the first place. They are the qualities that people have loved.
Like he's a character. It's an acting role. It is a proper acting role.
That's exactly it. So to suddenly ditch all that, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of. It's just detrimented, in a way. But yeah, as a standalone film, I think it's alright, just as a Bond film.
That's fair enough. pretty divisive, that one. Right. Number 18. The 18th best Bond film is...
This man has a secret ambition.
I propose to end the domination of Silicon Valley. Project Main Strike.
A secret plan.
For which each of you will pay me $100 million.
And a secret weapon.
We're not sure about her. Name's Mayday.
Someone will take care of you.
Oh, you'll see to that personally, will you?
There's only one man who can stop them.
Hold the parachute! No. Is it English? Out.
The name is Bond. James Bond.
And I'm Dick Tracy, and you're still under arrest.
In the world of high adventure, the highest number is still 007. Roger Moore is James Bond 007 with Tanya Roberts, Grace Jones, and Christopher Walken. Has James Bond finally met his match? Find out this summer in A View to a Kill.
A View to a Kill. Right.
I'm looking at the reaction.
Do you want to start us off on this one?
Well, I put that 13.
13?
I put that 13 because, like I said, it's a great one because with you have your soft spot for Connery, mine's definitely for Roger Moore.
Completely agree. Yeah, I am more.
It's like I know you can so tell it's his last one. You know that he's done one too many, and I think even he admitted it himself. He's done one too many.
Sorry, where did you put it in your list?
I just put 13, so it's
right.
about middle. Middle of the field. There was, good thing about this is it had Christopher Walken. It was a great actor.
Great.
He was a good Bond villain.
He's great. He's brilliant.
Great, isn't he?
He's great in that film.
And the Bond villainess, I think she was all right. Bit of a
Grace Jones.
Grace Jones.
She's mental in that
She
film.
makes a great Bond.
She makes a good villainess, but it's good as she turns. You see that they can change. And there's that Tanya Roberts, Stacey Sutton. But the thing is though, what's bad about her? She's more of a damsel than an actual Bond villain. She's always needed rescuing, and he's there, screams all the time. Gets a bit grinding after a while. But the Golden Gate Bridge, is really quite a good one.
Epic scene,
and I think it has a really good score to it. throughout the thing.
We haven't touched upon the scores.
We haven't touched upon the scores yet.
But that
score
a really
is
good score.
Great.
Incredible.
Yeah. Great at the start. A bit funny. Where he's on a snowmobile, and then he takes the one off and he starts doing a bit of
beachboarding.
But then there was I really enjoyed that. I think, you know, obviously it's not too bad. I think it's a middle one, but like I said, bad about it. It was his last one, and you can tell. You know,
he's just a bit older.
You know, you just.
I feel sorry for him.
I mean, he ages pretty well, but he just looks
not in that one.
But not in that one. No, I mean, compared to Octopussy, it's like there's only a few years difference. I'm like, what's going on there?
Now I have a feeling he had a little bit. He must have had a little bit of work done in between that, because you cannot age that much between Octopussy and a Beauty.
It is quite spectacular.
I feel sorry for Roger, but man,
definitely.
I mean,
that's the toll that the 007 takes on these actors. That's it. But there's some great scenes. I actually had it at 15, so not far off yourself.
Yeah.
It's mid-table. It's, you know, it's kind of, it can go either way from you.
Yeah.
The middle of the table, as you say, was so hard to decide.
Oh, it is hard,
I'm not saying I don't love Pierce Brosnan. Roger Moore. Well, Jesus, that make him a lot older and feels like old man. He's a great Bond. I just, and all these actors brought their own qualities. You know, Sean Connery was cool and kind of sleek, and Roger Moore, he was quirky, he was funny, but still could be very serious.
Still be very serious. Yeah.
And with the film, there are some great moments. Like, I loved it at the beginning where he takes the car in, you know, through Paris towards the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah.
I think that's funny. It's just such a great way to start off.
And then the back of the car gets and he's still driving it.
And then by the end of that scene, you've got them up the Eiffel Tower, and you know, Grace, she's just
jumps
off in such style. He's like, well, who's this? And then that just leads straight into the opening, you know, sequence. And I think that is such a great way. And it's like, I felt like there are again a lot of moments like that throughout the film where it's just some really cool, again on the bridge, some they're proper Bond moments.
They're proper.
Putting yourself in.
You're not going to forget
no one else
them.
will do this.
You're not going to forget
this is the guy. Bond's the man for this.
We're going to have it on a bridge.
We're going to have it on a bridge at the top of a bridge.
Scene,
and then which bridge? Oh, let's pick the biggest, most spectacular bridge in
this bridge.
Oh, it's definitely.
So all the quirks are there, and jeez, he's such a good villain. He's such a good villain. He feels like kind of psychological. He's not strong. He's not. He hasn't got some special ability. He's just a very powerful man, and a very, you know,
who's psychotic. He's insane. He's completely insane.
And he brings. And I think Christopher Walken has that about him, and especially in a lot of his roles in other films, he brings that, you know, into his. It's great what he does, but the story. It's just kind of, it's not a bad story, but it's not a good story. It's just kind of bland. It's like, again, you've got all these great scenes. Just why isn't there then a good story? I'll sort that out for you. I don't need recognition.
My shoe is getting absolutely destroyed. I mean,
it's fine. Give me the opportunity to break this up.
Oh my word!
Who would have thought a puppy would be able to, you know, disrupt?
He's the strongest puppy in the world. Absolutely strongest guy ever. I've got it number 17. And that don't mean I don't like it. Because Roger Moore's my favourite James Bond. And it's the thing. It's just you have to go into this film and accept early on that this is just the way Bond looks in this film. He is this old. If you can accept that, then the film is great. But it is hard sometimes to accept that.
I think you've got to forgive him. It's like with Diamonds Are Forever. You know, he is getting on in that film.
But it's not Roger Moore's fault. He was asked to do it. It's the producer. They shouldn't have asked him to do it.
Absolutely.
But if you take away the fact that he's a bit old, actually his performance in this is great.
Really good. He adds to what
because
we know
the scenes where he is face to face with Walken, you get the sense that he's up against a psycho who he cannot do anything about, and you can see the fear in Roger Moore thinking, this guy is not going to listen to any reason here. He really is insane.
It's going to take more than fists and brawn to take down this guy.
This guy is completely off the rails.
Off the rails, definitely.
And then with his sidekick there, that adds even more, you know, strain to him and his.
But I just think there's just a few scenes that make it. there's a few scenes where Grace Jones gets with Roger Moore.
I thought that was very unnecessary.
That you didn't need it.
Yeah,
absolutely not.
There is some scenes in there that are just unnecessary and slightly uncomfortable
and the character. Yeah, because you feel like she's this woman who could bring down Bond. So far, we've seen her scale bloody, the Eiffel Tower and parachute off of this thing
with a horse
and wrestle. She's so strong. She's such a great villain. Up until getting into bed with him, where you just think they've put aside the whole. The whole thing
it's out of the blue.
Yeah, it's
totally
like
out of the blue.
So is this woman a villain? Does she want to kill him? It's like it's just overriding Bond's womanizing abilities.
I never get that because what is it trying to prove that no matter how much a woman, she'd still always
fall for a man Bond, and it's not true, especially because she is probably one of the toughest, if not the toughest. Bond villainesses in the whole franchise. It's crazy. She can be taken down by charm.
It's just bizarre. It's a bizarre moment.
It's so unnecessary.
And there are a couple of moments like that in the film. Like Tanya Roberts, she's not the best actress, I have to admit, but with her character, it's kind of weird to see that right at the end. Why did they need to get together? Like, it's just odd. It's just they don't need that in there because it looks wrong. It looks a bit wrong. But fortunately enough, those moments are kind of
they're good enough to place it.
There's more good moments that raise it, that make it more memorable. That I kind of only remember. I forget about the uncomfortable ones. Golden Gate Bridge, brilliant. Opening pre-credits with the snowmobile. He's skiing on one, and then he snowboards. Brilliant. The Paris sequence, brilliant. The whole fire truck sequence is great. I think as well.
Yeah.
The moments and the score. I mean, John Barry's score in it is in this one in particular is superb.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's great. So those moments kind of raise it above the uncomfortable moments for me. I can kind of forgive them. It's
like I want to put
Roger Moore, I can forgive it.
I want to put it higher up in the list.
Yeah.
But just with the volume of other films
do it better.
Yeah. But it, in theory, should be up there. It has everything. It's great. We just sat here and totally praised it. But it's just there are some bad moments just in it that kind of bring it down a bit. Which is a shame.
Okay, onwards to the 17th best Bond film. Number 17 is.
Action stations.
Aye, aye, sir. Sound the general alarm.
The Chinese pilot insists we're inside their territorial waters and he will fire.
An act of violence.
Torpedo, torpedo, torpedo.
It was an unprovoked attack on a ship in international waters.
The promise of war.
And instead of decisive action, all you want to do is
My goal is to prevent World War III, Admiral.
Now, the world has only one chance for peace.
When will our ships be in position? 48 hours.
And just one man for the job.
Bond. James Bond.
How much do you know about Elliot Carver, 007?
Worldwide media ban. Most newspapers, radio, satellite TV.
There's no news like bad news.
I understand you once had a relationship with Carver's wife.
Was it something I said?
How about the words, "I'll be right back"? I'm from the New China News Agency.
Looking for a news story?
Could have taken care of him.
Let the mayhem begin.
Your new BMW.
Will you need collision coverage? Yes.
Property destruction.
Definitely.
Personal injury.
Accidents do happen.
No, 007.
You seem to have developed a certain attachment.
I get to work with a decadent agent of a corrupt Western power.
I think you found the right decadent, corrupt Western agent as a partner.
Phase 2 is underway.
hell is he doing? His job. The world belongs to Bond.
When you remove Mr. Bond's heart, there should just be enough time for him to watch it stop beating.
I would have thought watching your TV shows was torture enough.
Tomorrow Never Dies.
Wow.
Wow. 17?
Yeah.
No way. I mean, do you want me to start off with this?
I mean, are we all on the same page here? Are we surprised that this isn't lower down the list or higher up the list?
I'm surprised it's so low.
I'm very cynical about this.
I'm thinking, I'm not too shocked, but I'm thinking probably around the region.
I have to say, like, this is again a low scorer for me.
You start off.
I love Pierce Brosnan, but what a dreadful film!
What number is this one?
This for me is third to last. It's in 20 seconds.
20 seconds,
which is probably why it's come down so low in the way it's worked out. But
gee whiz.
Just where do I start? Like again, we've all seen the films. And we all remember some better than others because of obvious reasons. And this for me is a film that I don't remember well enough because it just wasn't any good. Sorry if I offended you there. Again, I thought Pierce Brosnan was great. He always does a good job, mostly.
Yeah.
But like the story was just so bland. I was just like, I'm so tired of this. Like they did a lot of cool scenes. Again, a lot of cool scenes. It's the same with every film so far. Like lots of so many good qualities, especially Bond things. But just the way they've just made a story out of it, though, I'm just like.
What the fact that like kind of a Rupert Murdoch type figure says I'm going to start World War III? You think
exactly?
That's
it's
a
just
bad.
So. I mean, sorry, like that is a great thing for a Bond film, but it's just been badly made in my personal opinion. It just again, I don't remember this film too well, but it lacked the qualities, or it just didn't have enough of those qualities. Or it had those qualities, and it just
wasn't. It's a poorly made film.
Well, just,
man. This is
I've obviously offended.
This has got to be a high one.
This is my favourite Brosnan film.
Right.
This is number 8.
Okay.
I love this film. It's the one that I rewatched the most out of all Brosnan's, and I think Brosnan is comfortable in the role by this point. He's having a great time in it. You can tell he's having a blast in this film. He is enjoying when he's driving around in his little car and the tyres reinflate and all that, and he has a little giggle to himself. He is loving life in this film, and that is infectious. It makes me enjoy the film more. I think Michelle Yeoh is brilliant. I think
she's cool.
I think Paris Carver, the own Terry Hatcher, I think she's great, but she's not used enough.
No.
And I love the villain. I think Elliot Carver's hilarious. He cracks me up every time. Every time he says dialogue. Some of his one-liners are great. You have Stamper, the henchman, the big German henchman. I like him. I like the Dr. Kaufman. Kaufman.
Yeah, Kaufman.
That scene is brilliant. I love the action sequences in it.
There's some good scenes,
like the pre-credit sequence where he has to fire the guy. The guy behind him is in the plane strangling him, so he has to eject him into another plane. That's amazing.
That's good. Yeah.
The motorcycle bit where they're handcuffed to each other, the Brosnan and Michelle Yeoh, that's brilliant. The remote control car with the mobile. Funny enough, I don't think that's dated. Actually, that is
I kind of go to when I think of this film.
I just love the car, that gadget, and that chase sequence in the parking lot.
This is it. I like it, but it's not the Aston Martin. It's not. I'm so protective of these qualities. Do you know what I mean? It's like
it's a
the BMW is kind of cool, like especially the remote control car. I think that's great, but like, why have a BMW when you can have the Aston Martin? Like that's such of all the Bond like themes. The car is the Aston Martin is what it is today because of Bond as well, not just because it's a classic car, but because of James Bond. And do you want that throughout? Why have we got a BMW in the middle there? I'm being very melodramatic, but things like that for me make the film what it is. And like I say, it's a cool scene, some great action scenes. You know, when they're running through the alleys, you know, with all the clotheslines. You know, I think that's awesome and stuff. But it just the story just.
It's just one of these things. It's like I would rewatch it. I can watch it over and over again and just enjoy it. It's just a good time for me. If I want an easy to watch Bond film, I just whack it on. There's no character development at all. There's no arc to any of the characters, but it's a blast. It is a thrill ride and a blast of a film to me, that's what I enjoy.
You've just kind of totally explained exactly why I then disagree with you, because there's just no art to it.
Right, okay.
You're saying it's a kind of, again, a standalone film. It's just kind of a cool. Yeah. It's a
standalone
kind
action
of
film. You really like it. Yeah.
You know, agent kind of film is cool.
Yeah. But for a Bond film, you want more than that.
And exactly. And when about Bond, it can only ever be Bond for me. You know, as a Bond film,
it's not enough.
No, not enough.
What are your thoughts on it, Alan?
Well, it's 15th on mine, so it's in there. I think it's a very, a mediocre film. It's got its goods and bads. It's very medium. That's how the way I'd put it. I mean, Brosnan, you know, second time in, like I say, very comfortable in it. Brilliant start to it. Really, really good start. And then obviously it's got the funny comical moment. I do like that Dr. Kaufman scene where he's there, he's trying to be serious, but then he's like, there's certain things interrupt his eye, you know, and it's sort of fumbling. It can become quite comical in a way. And that was quite fun to watch. But like I say, good. But like I said, there was nothing stand out. It was very mediocre. It was good, but it was just very level playing field, goods and bads, you know.
And these comical moments for me, you know, I think people, Bond's like Roger Moore. The one-liners. He's just a funny character, like outside and inside of Bond. It's natural. But with Pierce Brosnan, you kind of get the feeling like he takes it very seriously. He's not actually that kind of Bond. Like I say, they all bring their own qualities, and these comical moments seem kind of a byproduct of the script and the storyline in general, rather than them intentionally trying to be funny. I mean, I imagine that maybe our scenes where they are, you know, deliberately. Again, I haven't seen the film too much, but you know, if a Bond film's going to be funny, it has to be intentional. It can't, because you kind of then feel like you're laughing at it. And these byproducts. I also
think it's like unintentional. Like they're actually trying to be serious, but it's not.
Because when I find a film, like particularly a Bond film, you know, not a good Bond film, it then becomes entertaining because you're just laughing at it, and that's it. That's the approach that I have towards these films. Whereas, you know, Roger Moore, there are moments, or even occasional Sean Connery moments, where they had those one-liners. You're like, that's actually really funny. Good. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So you rather, I get it.
Like funny but cool, like which is part of Bond's
so you're not
character.
Laughing,
because he's not a comedian.
Yeah, just laughing at it, going, "That's oh my god, what on earth's going on there?"
Yeah.
You see, I'm kind of like that, but for me, it doesn't matter. I actually enjoy it as well, laughing at how outrageous it is, unless it gets into tsunami kitesurfing territory, and then it's too far. But at that point, it's all right. I can deal with it. Okay. Number 16.
This is getting very shaky. It's very hit and miss for some. Up there, down there. This is great. This.
What do you know about a man called Scaramanga? The man with the golden gun. He always uses a golden bullet. This trinket was sent with a note requesting special delivery to you.
I have never seen Mr. Scaramanga. Mr. Bond, this is impossible. I can't
tell you. You'll kill me.
Who?
Scaramanga.
Roger Moore, back in action in the exotic East as James Bond, 007, on a collision course with the most dangerous man alive. The man with the golden gun.
Hold on, sir.
James Bond, on the job. The girls are willing.
I've dreamed about you setting me free.
The pace is killing.
Stay in there, good night. We've got you spotted. How about demonstration, boy? Certainly, sir.
You'll meet old friends and new enemies. It's non-stop Bond. The action is spectacular.
You're not. I sure am, boy.
Reaching a new high for 007.
Bonjour, Monsieur Bond. I am Knick-Knack. Monsieur Scaramanga will welcome you personally.
The target is the highest-priced killer in the world. He plays a deadly game, and the stakes are sky high.
Oh, the man with the golden gun, number 16. Right now then, I've got this as number 20. I've got this low. I've got it's role reversal, Stan. It's role reversal,
I've got my
mate.
face facing a hand movement, the same as I am.
No. Here's the problem I have with this film. I feel sorry for Roger Moore in this film because I think he's badly directed. I think he's been told to act really tough, and he comes across as a bit of a dick in this film as James Bond. And the truth is, Roger Moore's performance in this is the only time he plays Bond like this, where he's really just tough, but there's no charm. I don't feel to Roger Moore in this film, and you put that up against Christopher Lee, who is superb as Scaramanga, who is absolutely amazing.
He's one of the best villains,
and you end up almost rooting for Scaramanga over James Bond, and I find that tough.
Yeah,
It's a
good point. I've not thought about that.
I find that pretty tough to swallow, because basically then you've got a hero who you're not really rooting for, and it's like, it's James Bond, we should be rooting for him, but I don't really like him in this film. That being said, locations are pretty nice.
They're spectacular.
The best car stunt in the history of cinema, with the 360 barrel roll. It's just
brilliant.
It's brilliant. It's so amazing that they did that. That's the best bit in the whole film for me. And there's a couple of good one-liners, like "Speak now or forever hold your peace," where he's pointing the gun at the guns. They're great moments. For me, it's the villains save this one. The villains are superb. Knick-Knack, Scaramanga are great. Maud Adams is good but wasted, and I think Britt Eklund isn't too good as Mary Goodnight in this film.
Really, no.
For me, it's about the villains and the barrel roll. There's not much else about this film that I like, and that's why it's number 20.
I've actually got this film at number 7.
Well, that's high.
And I will elaborate. Okay. And you've explained, already kind of explains the reason why. For you, there isn't a lot going on. There are the villains. They are what make that. And I'm contradicting myself here because Bond film is a good Bond film because of the Bond things. For me, I think this also works as a stand-alone film. I feel like, the ultimate part of this film is the villains. I just think the acting on the villain side, great. I think he's such a good Bond villain. Not to mention, I love the score as well, and the song, and that all adds to the kind of he's right in the middle of all these Bond. He's not a buff villain. He's not a psychological villain.
Yeah.
He's another agent.
Yeah.
And for me, that seems like the ultimate villain to put in there. And obviously, being the actor that he is, he just pulled it off so well. He was cool. He was so, and he was. Do you know what I'm saying?
No,
like
he's so good.
Yeah.
He's basically playing the dark side of James Bond.
Yeah.
It's like a mirror image of Bond, but the dark side of it, and he just nails it.
And there aren't too many, as you say, memorable moments, but the song, the villain, the way they come into it at the end, they meet and they had the face off, and they turn around and do the walk away. I thought that was very kind of cool.
Yeah,
like, it was
classic.
It wasn't like, you know, if you're in the present, you would try to kill him. It was very kind of.
They're having dinner. It's sophisticated.
It's very sophisticated, and it's like we haven't seen this before. And I liked that. It just showed the kind of characters that we had there. Roger Moore, you know, was okay acting. Yeah, and as you say, he's a bit different in it. And he can be a bit of a dick, but I was going to say that, like, I find that I can forgive that because James Bond is a dick.
Right?
He's a womanizer. He says what he wants. He does what he wants. He doesn't follow rules.
Yeah.
So for that, that kind of escapes me. That I can forgive that.
No, I understand that in terms of the way you view Bond's character, but I just think for me, when I see Roger Moore as Bond, I don't see that Bond. I see him more as
it's
the
very
Bond
hard
is
to
in the
decide
other
whether you want those Bonds to be like their Bonds,
I think
or
if
just a Bond.
I think
James Bond in general.
I think if Connery was in this film and played it like Connery usually plays Bond, it would be so much more higher on my list. I think.
Yeah.
No, what are your thoughts on it?
Like I said with the previous one, there was no sort of standout, but he was obviously the car chase, you know, the flip, but more the character, Sheriff J.W. Pepper, a reoccurring character. You know, I just thought
I like him. He gets a lot of
brilliant. You know,
Sergeant J.W. Pepper.
Yeah, it's just brilliant. And
you're that secret agent, that English secret agent from England.
Yes,
he is brilliant.
He's
one of the best things in that film.
He's returned, you know, as his character.
He's great in it.
So unnecessary, but so hilarious.
But there was no sort of standout. Like I said, it was just an average Bond film, but it was good because it was Roger Moore. What I quite liked about it was like a gladiatorial, like, you know, best of the best. He's the best of what he is. He's the best of what he is, and they come together and they do the old-fashioned.
It's a good premise.
You know, the duel and stuff like that. That was really good. You know, good bit. But there was like locations and certain bits, you know, the karate. You know, they were doing nothing. They were doing nothing for me. Really. Like, why was the karate element? You know, there was. You know, he wasn't a karate expert. He was just an assassin. But it was just because they were in Japan and that's their culture. But I'm like, well,
it's very cliche.
No, not really. No, you know, I don't know why they're doing
kind
this.
of, you know, borderline.
Yeah, there was nothing. It was very good. You know, I you know, quite enjoyable. You know, score was quite interesting and just. Personally, not that memorable. It's very a lot of these are quite average, but there was nothing. But there was goods and bads.
Oh yeah,
but there was
lots of goods, lots of bads.
But I would say that's where I would have put it, you know, compared to the rest of them.
Okay. We're getting towards slap bang in middle of the table, where we're getting from kind of the the kind of bad to the good memorable ones now. Okay. 15th best Bond film is
From the most exotic locations on Earth, Moonraker will transport you to another world.
Trifle overpowering, your scent.
Holly was a warm girl with the right connections.
Could this possibly be the moment for us to pool our resources?
We would be better off working together.
More excitement, more thrills, more spills. And guess who's dropped in for a bite? Jaws is back. from Earth to the most spectacular adventure in space, Moonraker. It's out of this world.
What exactly are you up to here, Drax? Moonraker 1, liftoff.
Moonraker 2, liftoff.
Moonraker 3, liftoff.
Moonraker 4, liftoff.
What's that?
An entire city in space.
James Bond and the treacherous Dr. Goodhead. Despite your efforts, my finely wrought dream approaches its fulfillment.
Moonraker.
Yeah.
I mean,
wow.
I'm actually, I think that's a good place for the film because it's not so dreadful that it's rock bottom. It's not so great that it's going to be up there in the top 10. It's a mid-table film, and I've actually got it at 16.
Wow.
Which, you know, and again, you know, it's one of those films that I haven't watched as much as other Bond films, and there were a lot of quirks. Again, going by the qualities that I look for in a Bond film, they're all there. You know, they've got the gadgets, they've got those memorable scenes, those lines, those moments in the car, perhaps. But the story is what lets it down, and I liked the character. And the only reason it's kind of where it is for me is the villain. The villains, I should say.
Yeah, Hugo Drax.
And Jaws. Who comes in, which we haven't mentioned yet, who I just think is a brilliant Bond, villain.
He's great.
It's so cool. But yeah, it's like everything's there. But it's just
he gets a girlfriend in this one, doesn't he?
Yeah, which is kind of sweet, which we've not seen that before.
I actually quite like that.
I mean, you kind of think, it's a bit cheesy, but
it is.
But
it's so cheesy.
It's Jaws, and he's this psychopathic.
That never shocked me. Is the fact that he talks right at the end.
Oh yeah.
That shocked me the most.
Alone,
Is he going to talk eventually? Yeah, he does.
You know, this 8-foot fella, metal daggers for teeth, kind of has a heart.
No, he shows that he's human.
Yeah, which is nice because
and he turns to the good side at the end, which I like that. I like how he
things like that. You know, not just going off of our own personal kind of want and need for Bond films, but as on a cinematic element for families to watch. It's great.
For family.
Because it's family friendly. You've kind of got the whole space thing going on. It's sci-fi kind of kids like that.
One of the most family friendly James Bond films. This one actually.
And then you've got the kind of the evil villain and kind of blatant villain being that he's got the teeth and it's not this kind of psychological thing. And then Bond being the hero. It's so easy to watch. That for me is one of my go-to Bond films, but it's just not. It's so bad. It's just middle table. It's good.
See, with Roger Moore, he's. I mean, I put it as 19, so it's lower.
That is low.
It's fairly low.
Really low.
That is
what puts it down so much. It's just a really far-fetched final bit to the story. I mean, I can understand the whole act of pure. He wants to make the ideal human race, but just the idea of this. But the thing is, though, they made it really good though, in a way that it was quite tense. Final bit, he's got to shoot him with the lasers, but just that bit just seemed a little bit. I just didn't like.
It's like
it just. You can go underwater, you can do all this sort of stuff, but when you make it sci-fi, you just feel like you're losing something.
You've got to
bring it a little bit back down to earth. But the thing is, though, it kind of pulled it off in a nice way. I would put this film a bit higher, but it just with other films competing, he just puts it a little bit down because it's just a little bit out there, you know, to me. But it was, you know, a good, you know, Roger Moore. And I liked Michael Longsdale as Hugo Drax.
Yeah, he's
good, you know,
great in that
because
film.
he was a villain that was not very emotional. He was very like, you know,
was very
it's a very
cold,
same tone, but it was like, but
dry.
you can see, you know, he's not
but every line he has is gold. It's like
it's very sinister. It's like this guy is just a villain.
Not much
through and through.
You still, you know, you think, oh, he's quite a intimidating person to not mess with. So
it's like all those scenes for me. I mean, as you say, when it gets a bit too sci-fi, it gets a bit too kind of fanatic. You know, it loses the effect. But I think by that point, for me, being that the story was kind of, you know, to do with, you know, making this perfect race and going up into space, that was forgivable, and they did it well. It was just the story.
Well, I've got it as number 6.
Right.
I've got it right up there. I love this film. I love it. I just think it's just a great epic of a Bond film. The sci-fi element, it's funny because I think stuff in Die Another Day is ridiculous. I don't think Moonraker is ridiculous. I can kind of buy the plot. I actually think I can kind of go, okay, yeah, got these plants that have this gas, let's just fire it onto the earth. Yeah, I can buy that. It's like it feels more real. The sci-fi element feels to me more tangible and real than in later ones. And yes, it is cheesy. There's some really corny bits in there.
They do it so well.
But to me, that just adds to the enjoyment of it. It just makes it more funny. I think Roger Moore is probably at he's at his most comfortable here, where he's just having a great time. And there's little moments where Drax takes him to the middle of a field, and he's got an assassin in a tree, and he's there with a gun, and Roger Moore just deliberately misses a pheasant, and Drax
straight out of the tree.
And Drax is like, "You missed Mr. Bond," and Roger Moore's like, "Did I?" And he's just taken the assassin out of the tree, and then he just gives him his gun back.
Moments like that.
Well, it's moments like that make Moonraker right up there, because it's just so effortlessly cool. Yeah, the villains are great. There's some actual real tension in there. The centrifuge scene where he's in the centrifuge and he's getting trapped in there, and he's getting whirled around and he can't stop it. And Roger Moore looks pretty. That it's for me. It's scenes like that give it the tension. It gives it some excitement. It raises the stakes. You do feel Bond is in danger. I mean, you have motorized gondolas in it. It's everything. It's probably the most gorgeous looking, because they go all around the world in this film. They go to Venice, they go to Rio, they go to big waterfalls. They've
kind of gone all out, haven't they?
It is the most all-out James Bond film in terms of epic scale. And I love it. I just absolutely love it.
It's the strangest thing. Like, as I say, I've got this kind of almost regrettably down in 16th, but it ticks all the boxes. It ticks all the boxes. There's just either it's because I prefer other movies and that's just pushed it down.
Personal opinion,
or either it's just slightly kind of dry for me. I don't quite know. I don't know what it is, because I like this film. So there's no reason why it can't be in my top 10. But
you got other films in there that you probably like more.
But I would, even though it's in 16th, it's probably that movie that I'm gonna kind of. The only reason I'm going to regret the list is the one film that I could so easily have put up there, because it's a great film.
Okay. Let's see which more shocks are on the way. The 14th best James Bond film is
James Bond 007, licensed to kill whom he pleases, where he pleases, when he pleases. From the elegant clubrooms of Mayfair to exotic island night spots.
Good evening. Who pays you?
You.
Tell us.
A strange adventure of intrigue, treachery, and love.
Mr. Bond, I was thinking, why don't you collect me at my apartment? It's lovely up here in the mountains.
Her directions were easy to follow, and she sent a few of her friends to make sure I didn't get lost. She thought I was dead, but I proceeded to prove her wrong. I thought it was always polite to knock first, before shooting. Honey, from our very first meeting, was everything her name implied. She clung to me like a wet bathing suit. But business as usual came first. The pace was killing.
I thought you less stupid. I could have had you killed in the swamp.
And why didn't you?
You damaged my organization. Unfortunately, I misjudged you. You are just a stupid policeman whose luck is run out.
Maybe it was my luck. Up to my neck in hot water. Or something blowing up in my face.
You'll live dangerously with the superbly resourceful James Bond. The explosive screen dramatization of the book that has entertained millions of readers. The exotic and tantalizing Dr. No.
The first James Bond film, Dr. No, at number 14.
That's really surprising for me, actually, because that's what I put mine as. I put it exactly as 14.
You put it exactly as 14.
Because, I mean, it's a great entry, don't get me wrong, you know, first one there. But I think it's hard to compare it because it's the first one. It's entry.
It's the first.
You can't base it on anything else, you know. And you know, whatever happens. You
the only thing you can.
Yeah, there was some bits that were quite good at it. I think Dr. No was a great character, you know, and your Honey Rider, what a great name that was. You know, in Jamaica, but there was just some bits that were just a bit too, you know.
It was stale.
Yeah, there was just some bits that were just like it's hard to describe. There were certain bits, but then there was not too many of them good bits. It just kept on dipping, and it was like a ripple in a weird way. You know,
it's not. It's got none of the spectacle, is it?
No,
it's got. There's no really, spectacle. No. There's no gadgets. No. It's very much like.
But then we've got to be very
story,
forgiving with this film.
Yeah, you've got to be forgiving
because the first without this film, you wouldn't have had the series.
Exactly. So
and it is make or break.
Some lenience towards that.
So it's done quite well.
Yeah,
it forms the rest of the film.
Yeah, absolutely.
But as you say, the elements you look for in a Bond film,
they're not all there.
They're not there. But it's just a bit of like a ripple.
But it does set the tone because you meet Sean Connery for the first time, and fair play to him because you know if you're a later Bond, Roger Moore, you can kind of look at that and go, well, that's clearly a Bond. Everyone knows what Bond is like through watching those films. But as a first Bond, your job is to set the tone for the rest of those. But being that it will potentially, and no one knew it was going to be this massive, of course. But you know, you always kind of hope it will be good enough to make more. And I think he's come in, and you can't. Again, the first one, you can't go, oh well, that actor. But he just seems so perfect. For the role, like he's good looking, he's cool, and he's got kind of the black hair and the chiseled cheeks, and it's just that is kind of a strange reason.
I think he's got more of an edge in this one. I think he loses his Sean Connery loses his edge a bit as the films go on. In this one, you really get the sense of that this guy is a proper killer and he will just kill because I think it's Professor Dent in it that he just just in cold blood just completely takes him out. It's for me it's 15. It's kind of, and I feel bad for putting it so low, but it is exactly what Ant has said. It's the fact that not all the elements are there. There's not too much spectacle, although Jamaica looks gorgeous in this film, but there's just a couple of moments that are so well done. The first time he gets introduced and he says, My name's Bond, James Bond, with a cigarette. You could not do that better. No actor can do that better. Brilliant. It's the best one.
Script-wise, it's some of the best because, again, you know, we can't go off anything else here. They've instigated the whole thing, and to make those lines, because it's lines like those above, you know, theatrical moments or anything they're doing. The things they say can be equally as, if not more important.
Script is superb in this film.
James Bond. Shaken, not stirred. It's just like, where has that come from? And suddenly you're like, at that point, everyone's just eager for more. Which just, I think, is exactly why it's gone as far as it has.
And the dinner scene at the end where he's with Dr. No and he's saying, world domination, same old dream and stuff like that. It's like, they're just, every line they nail it. They nail it on
and
every single one.
Praise to them because it's great. And again, there's always been these films where you've got the protagonist, you've got the antagonist, you know, good and bad. That's been around forever, you know, westerns and all this lot. But Bond kind of made that kind of cool and set a new tone for that.
It's his own style.
Yeah, because you'd have villains, but we've got this villain in Dr. No where he's psychotic, he can crush things with his hand. He's just, you know, he just makes you feel kind of unnerved. You know what I mean? So it's just like they created a new kind of villain, I have to say, and that for that reason, like for me, that's why it's kind of, well, it's 12th. It's close to where it's placed, but
and Honey Rider is a great character. Ursula Andress is a great. She looks lovely. There's no, she's stunning. She looks absolutely stunning, but also just on her character, she's got a lot of depth to her.
Because it's particularly been that first Bond film going that far back. As we all know, you know, the female characters aren't usually that strong.
They weren't.
It's taken time to develop into what we know today.
Whereas at
so
that
for that to come along, I mean, I don't know whether they've just gone, right, we need a strong character, which I doubt it, but the script writers have just written a good character.
Great character.
There's a lot of sense to all the characters. There's no unnecessary kind of being in this film. You know, it's good. It's a good film.
I mean, it's just a great start to the series, but it doesn't have the elements that we expect from Bond.
But as I say, we can all forgive it, can't we? For that reason,
we love it. I mean, we have a lot of respect for this film.
Absolutely. And it's a shame that it's kind of mid-table, but then, you know, it's not bottom, it's middle where it should be. You know, it's kind of the centre of everything, isn't it?
Okay, onwards to number 13.
5 days ago, our spy ship was sunk in the Ionian Sea. She was equipped with ATAC.
Have we begun a salvage operation?
We asked Sir Timothy Havelock to secretly locate the wreck. He and his wife were killed by Hector Gonzalez. Police were able to identify Gonzalez by Melina, Sir Havelock's daughter.
Explosive. Exclusive.
Well, I trust you, Alcott.
For your amazement, this Bond is for you.
Oh, by the way, we haven't been properly introduced, Melina. My name is Bond. James Bond.
Mr. Bond, you have shot your last bolt.
We're not dead yet.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bond. You are now flying under remote control. Goodbye, Mr. Bond.
I'm the Countess Lisa von Schloss. Why not come in for a bite?
For your eyes only can see me through the night.
This Bond is for your eyes only. No one comes close to 007. When 007 comes close to you.
For Your Eyes Only. Number 13. I'll start on this one. I've actually got it down as 16th, and I think that's a bit low, actually. But I couldn't think of it. But actually, the reasons for that is because it's probably the most gritty of Roger Moore's. It's probably the Roger Moore one where he takes it most seriously. For me, it's just a bit unspectacular. There's none of the flair. There's no flair in it. It's a very old-fashioned spy story.
Yeah,
done really well, but there's no.
It's just very scripted into it.
There's no flair to it. There's no spectacle to it. When especially this was coming off the back of Moonraker. Moonraker had spectacle galore, and I can see why they did this. They really stripped it down. But to me, they stripped it down a bit too much. There's not enough there that makes it memorable.
I agree.
There's a couple of scenes in there that are superb. I mean, the ski chase where he starts skiing, they have motorcycles after him, and then he's skiing down the bobsleigh run. That is
the bobsleigh
amazing.
Run is great.
That is unbelievable. Yeah. I think the little chase in the Citroen 2CV is brilliant, and I think the Bond girl, Melina Havelock with the crossbow is great, and I think his ally Topo Columbo is probably the best ally in the series because you want to be his. It's like, yes, you can see why Bond would accept him as a mate. He's he's a fun guy. You'd like to help him out. You'd like him to be on your side. But they're the moments that stand out, and the rest of it just feels kind of low key, and therefore it's not as rewatchable for me. And that's probably why I put it so low.
Again, it's a shame because like all these films have a good quality to them.
Oh, they do, yeah.
But the good Bond films are the ones that maintain that level of theatricalness, that flair, you say, just throughout. And it's a shame because you've got some great moments in there, and you would kind of just looking at that scene and go, oh well, this must be a great film.
Yeah.
But string it all together, and it's like, it's very kind of.
It's where it works as a whole rather than pieces, and for me, it doesn't work as a whole.
It's a bit kind of messy.
Yeah. That's what I think as well. Where do you have it?
Where have I got it? I've actually got it 17th.
So similar.
So very similar to yourself. Yeah, exactly for the same reason you've already discussed. I can't really elaborate upon what you've said. That I'm completely. Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's just good moments, but not very. It's just very dry and very low key. Yeah.
What about you, Ant?
I've put it a lot higher than that. I put it 7th. It's the first one that's hit my top 10.
Wow.
There's lots of reasons. A lot of it's just it's the one I always remember. The Bond I used to always remember quite a lot of for many reasons. Obviously, a lot to list, but I really enjoyed it because it was a different side to Bond. You know, it was like I said, it's a spy. You know, it's a bit of the time between the Russians wanting this targeting, and then obviously the British wanted to get it. So it's a bit of a Cold War thing, in between there. But I think there was a sensitive side to Bond, which was good, because he was quite sensitive in this, which I really quite respect. He was quite careful, because obviously this last, family's been murdered, and obviously he's trying to help her, but obviously he's trying to, and in a way, obviously he's trying to put her interest up because he's quite sensitive, which I quite like, and it's a new area really where you kind of explore with Bond, and I think it's got some good moments, especially where he's chasing the guy in the car, and literally he's like midway of an arch, aiming his gun, last sort of shot sends him veering off, doesn't it? I think
some good moments.
They're on the edge of the cliff.
I was on the edge
and
of the cliff.
Kicks him off.
Because he killed his mate. He throws the little dovetail thing because he tried to set him, and then obviously he said straight off. And obviously they got the little mini submarine. A bit of a thing, but it wasn't too much. That was only just manageable, just a little bit of underwater. And then obviously there was a bit of quite tense, especially with the rock climbing, because he's going up the side of a cliff, isn't it? The guy's trying to just knock him off, and then gets him last minute, doesn't it? So
there's good moments in it. I was like, great, I think.
Yeah, that's why I think I put it a lot higher in what Roger Moore's category. Definitely.
So for you, it works more as it does work more as
it does work more
as a whole,
because like I said, each Bond. I think a lot of these ones goes to different sort of areas, of a human being. You see what I mean? Obviously, they touch. Everyone gets at least one gets touched upon. But there's always one that's quite predominant. One's more you focus on, and this is more of a sensitive hymn. What I think is probably quite stronger in probably these previous ones. It's in the series.
I think he's very good. I think Roger Moore's performance in this is very, very good.
Yeah, it is good.
Right.
Yep, that one. So at least we've all had a top 10 one. So
we've all had a top 10
one now, down.
So the 12th best Bond film is.
He's bigger than life, facing 1,000 deaths. And you only live twice, and twice is the only way to live.
We're too late. Well, at least he died on the job.
Bond is dead.
Bond is alive. Kill Bond! Now!
No matter what the odds, they don't stand a chance against James Bond, Sean Connery, 007. Bond, the world's greatest gentleman agent with a license to kill. And he never misses a chance.
What's a nice girl like you doing in a place like this?
Bond is back, grabbing love where he finds it.
Like a lamb to the slaughter.
Everywhere. Bond rises in the east. The odds, 1,000 to 1, but they don't stand a chance.
Get down!
All this is just a drop in the ocean. The best yet from the film creators of 007.
You Only Live Twice. Now, I have this as number 10. I have this. I really like this film. I really like it because it is probably the most exotic of the Bond films. To me personally, it's the most exotic in the sense that when you watch it, you do feel like you're in. It's so beautifully shot. You feel like you're in Japan. You are completely transported to Japan.
You say number 10 for yourself.
10. Yeah.
I'm actually bang on number 10 as well.
10.
I completely agree. Aesthetically, it's beautiful.
It is beautiful to watch.
Like you see it kind of. There's occasional appearances in previous films, but with this, it is amazing.
It's gorgeous, and I think Sean Connery. I know some people don't like his performance. I know I've heard some people say they don't really like his performance in this one because he feels. It looks like he's a bit fed up. I never see that when I watch this film. I do still buy him. I think he's invested. I love Little Nelly. The auto gyro is the coolest thing. Donald Pleasance as Blofeld, best Blofeld. Best for me, the best Blofeld. He is just iconic. Some of his lines are just brilliant.
Well, it's the first reveal, isn't it?
It's the first reveal.
You know, what does he look like? And
absolutely. And needless to say, you know, Blofeld is the villain of villains in Bond films, you know, so he's done a good job, to pull that off.
I mean, some of his lines, I will look forward personally to exterminating you, Mr. Bond. It's like, some of those lines like that, they're just gold. And the volcano set.
That was
so amazing. The finale is brilliant.
Like, that is a massive thing to film, and to pull that off the way they did was like, that was
super.
So good.
I love his ally, Tiger Tanaka. I think he's pretty sorted, cool. And I think the Bond girls are okay.
They hit and miss for me.
They don't have too.
They're very similar in characters, aren't they? You know, quite. I mean, one's a bit more timid, and one's a bit more mysterious. But nothing.
Well, where did you put it?
Well, to be honest, I put it a lot lower than you guys. I put it 20th.
Oh God!
Because I do like it. I like with Connery, but I just don't get the concept of why he had to dress Japanese for this film. You cannot explain that to me. I understand he's in hiding because he's been killed. Yeah, hush, keep it quiet, you know. But why they had to go to the trouble? Yeah, he could have blended in the Japanese school, probably somewhere. But why the hell they had to dress him as a Japanese person is beyond me. That's what threw me off completely. I'm thinking, I can understand, you know, touching on different cultures and stuff like that, but I'm thinking it's a bit insulting in a way that why the bloody hell are you dressing up as a Japanese? Because you can't pull it off, mate. No matter with the the hairpiece and prosthetic eyes in. But I'm thinking, in a way, it's like it's
very borderline.
But it's very insulting. I find. I'm thinking, why?
But the best is these Japanese girls ask him something in Japanese, and he responds in Japanese in a Scottish accent. It's like you've blown your cover straight away.
That's what threw him. I mean, there's some bits of it, great set locations. Again, Donald Pleasance, you know, because he's the face reveal of Blofeld, which is what's quite iconic about that. But there were certain bits like that were just, obviously there's the idea, could set off, World War III between the Americans. Obviously a lot of political themes, that runs through this, which was quite good, but. Not really my sort of standout, not a go-to one. It's good, but not a go-to a ballad anyway. I think it's on borderline something, to be honest. Because Bond has to be, I understand it's respecting the culture, but in a way, it's like you think you're just going a little bit. There's respecting the culture, and then there's one that's sort of just taking the mickey a little bit, which really put me off that quite a lot.
I was going to say, I agree with a lot of the things that you've said. For me, it's like the best Bond film that has perhaps not the worst storyline, but not the best storyline. It's like they've made a great film out of a kind of okay-ish storyline. Because in this instance, they've got so many of those features, like the jetpack thing at the start, that thing, and then, as you say, the location in the volcano, like the villain Blofeld. Like, there's so much of what you want in a Bond film, and at that point, everyone knew exactly what a good Bond film was. Plenty,
absolutely.
And I just really felt like it kind of personified Bond, but the story itself, was like kind of a bit.
I think they made one or two odd choices. Like, they kill off Aki. I don't know why they killed her off.
I don't know why they killed her off now.
Because the other girl, I don't know what Kissy Suzuki. You don't need her. What is the point of her in the film?
Because to be honest though, and harsh it sounds, it does not get affected by it. No. She just died.
And she's been.
I'll get another one.
Now it's some of those choices which are kind of like, if you think about them on reflection, you're kind of like, I'm not sure that was the best move, really. But I suppose it doesn't bother me too much because the beauty of it,
I have to admit,
overwhelmed. it's a great experience.
It's great exploring Japan and that lot, and obviously Little Nelly and I like the little Toyota car. That was a great that was a great little addition. Quite speedy car. And in a way, it's like it's like showing this is what Japan's got to offer. In a way, it's tied in with a Bond film, isn't it?
I think it's like a very much a time capsule. This is Japan. What Japan was like at the time.
Cars, we've got the culture, we've got and obviously little Nelly, you just can't beat that. And obviously, taking out the helicopters. It
was a very good Bond film of its time.
Yes.
Yeah.
And John Barry, I mean, his score in this is beautiful.
Yeah.
And the song is gorgeous. Nancy Sinatra.
Yeah, I think Nancy Sinatra is good. Song. Yeah, she's a good thing. But it was I fairly enjoyed the score. Sinatra's quite a heavy name, but I fairly enjoyed this thing. Not one of the best ones, but it's an alright one.
I mean, there's few Bond scores that I dislike, if any. They're all great, and they're always so much better than perhaps the films, which is the thing. But it is a good song, and it kind of the song
it's
kind
oriental.
of has an oriental feel. The instrumentation kind of matches the film. Yeah, definitely. They go hand in hand very nicely.
Number 11. We're closing in on the top 10.
So close.
Right. The 11th best Bond film is...
You had no authority. None. Mexico City. What were you doing there?
I was taking some overdue holiday.
So what's going on, James? They say you're finished.
What do you think?
I think you're just getting started.
Magnificent, isn't she? 0 to 60 in 3.2 seconds. A few little tricks up her sleeve.
Do one more thing for me.
What do you have in mind?
Make me disappear. Tell me where he is.
He's everywhere.
If you go there, you're crossing over to a place where there is no mercy.
You're protecting someone.
Get away from me! Why should I trust you?
Because right now, I'm your best chance of staying alive. This organization, do you know what it's called?
Its name is Spectre.
And do you know who links them all?
Me.
Welcome, James. You came across me so many times, yet you never saw me. What took you so long?
Is this really what you want? Living in the shadows? Hunting? Being hunted? Always alone?
I don't stop to think about it.
It was me, James. The author of all your pain.
Spectre.
Yeah.
Right. Do you want to start us off with this?
Well, I went 8th.
Okay.
I went 8th. It's in the top 10, but it's not up there. It's in the top 10. Obviously, it's the most recent one. A lot of slanter against it, which I could fully appreciate, but I think it gets pulled off really well. I think it's a great start. I think an amazing starting sequence. Really quite memorable. All done in one take. You think how the hell to get everything perfect.
Yeah.
Fairly good, like fight scene, and obviously, but the thing is, though, this is quite a significant one because it's sort of it's a round off to some of his previous, especially Craig's. It's sort of a round off one, which makes it quite significant, and the thing is, though, it's always reflected on previous ones. With this one, it's sort of reflecting back on previous Bond films, which you don't really do that. You maybe have had that with once, but it's so many characters. This person, all have died because of you. It's like going back, and it's a weird roundup because obviously it's a build up to Spectre, you know, because this is the organisation, you know, and obviously Blofeld's his arch nemesis. What I didn't get though is how it's made it family related, which, you know, is his stepbrother. I think that was a bit, you know, a bit.
The insight was totally unnecessary.
That was not necessary because. But the thing is, though, with these sort of films, is you knew who he was before he said, "Oh, it's not his name," but you knew who it was, which is quite a bit of a disappointment. You know, he's going to say, you know, he's going to say, "Oh, there's the cat," you know, there's the iconic sort of.
But you
know,
want Bond to remain this man of mystery, by giving him, you know, all this history, this backstory. You're just kind of breaking down the character.
But I think he's good because he's a very close, you know, rival to him. But I didn't think they need that bit in, you know. And I think the good thing, but with this, especially with this Bond villain, the woman, probably I wanted to put it a bit higher, but I just couldn't because I think she's very, very close to him as a Bond villain, a Bond girl, because like she's like very similar in a sort of way. You know, her father's an assassin, and obviously he can relate to that, and she can relate to being how he's like. You know, I think she's very close. I think she was a very good Bond girl, to be honest. Obviously not as iconic, but I think she was very close in the sense of she's very close to him.
Absolutely.
You know, I probably could have put this high, but I think there's just more. There's others ones that could have.
I'm
potentially there.
Very similar to Ant. Actually, I have it as number 9. So it's in the top 10. I agree. I think, you know, spectacle again. It's great. That opening sequence is
it's unbelievable. Yeah, it's fantastic.
And the way that you introduce Blofeld again, with the kind of the shadow of his face across the table, I thought that was such a cool.
That was a great.
It's like he's there. You're not going to be able to see him, like, because he's this, you know, evil, you know, savouring it. Yeah,
that was brilliant.
And then introducing the henchman as.
Mr. Hinks, Dave Bautista,
the wrestler.
Oh, he's brilliant. He's actually great.
He's actually really good. Yeah, and he's not actually a bad actor. He's quite good. He does a great job of it. I think you know he's done well in his late.
I don't think he's used enough. I think he's wasted. He should be in it.
I'm not too fond of this idea of wrestlers coming into the film industry, but actually he's done really well. Yeah, and again the whole chase scene and on the train. I mean, so violent, but you're just like that. It's just so necessary. It had to happen. You just love Bond going up against this guy who's potentially got the power to overthrow him.
That's the great thing about that thing is because he's come up with a villain that can flatten his arms effectively. You know, he nearly loses it, doesn't he?
You actually think Bond's going to go out.
You know, you're so close because he's he's absolutely hammered him. You know, things that Bond would have done when in a fight thing, he's just countering it. It's like, you know, like
it's like previous villains are kind of
they would have succumbed to some of them,
pushovers,
but he's like he cowers everything that he was doing, so that's what made him a really formidable henchman, definitely up there,
massively. It's kind of a shame, really, that I mean, he lasted for a fairly long while, but I felt he went a bit too soon.
Oh yeah, definitely,
way too soon.
Way too
because
soon.
What I felt at the end, which was the reason, I mean, for the end for me, could either make or break this film because potentially I feel like, well, for me anyway, it breaks the film. Like, it could be so much further down. Thank God we had the rest of the film. Was towards the end, which we're inevitably going to get onto. You're just like, you're waiting to meet Blofeld. You're waiting, you know, to see this actor, which great actor, and then when we're introduced to him, it's so like kind of underwhelming. It's such an anti-climax. Like, you've been savouring him right until the end to see in his base, revealing the whole. It's just, do you know what I mean? It was just, and nothing really happened. You had the explosion when they escaped and all this level. He didn't really do anything to make himself out as this Blofeld.
And then you have the whole bit with MI6 at the end where he's. Well, right. I don't want to go on a rant here. I don't like this film too much. I've got this as 19th. I have a lot of problems with this film. Where do I start? Well, let's start with the good. Opening sequence. One of the best pre-titles in the whole series. For me, the problems are all with the script because it's beautifully shot. And I think it's pretty well directed, but I think the script has a lot of problems with it. I feel sorry for the actors I feel sorry for Christoph Waltz, because Christoph Waltz is an amazing actor.
Incredible actor.
He's given a character, Blofeld, who should be great, but he's written terribly. I think the whole thing of him being brothers pisses me off.
Yeah, it's
so much, because that's like, where has that come from? You've just made that up because you want Blofeld to have a personal connection with Bond. Does he need to have a personal connection to Bond? No.
And if you're going to do that, make the film represent that, and it didn't do that whatsoever.
It's like, they just carry on like, it's almost as if they don't have it's like any other villain, but there should have been they should have played to the connection rather than. There's that. I actually disagree on a lot of what you've said. I think Madeline Swan is a really bad Bond girl.
Right.
The reason is I don't buy for 1 second that she's in love with James Bond.
Right.
I don't feel it at all. I just don't see it. I don't know why. I just do not see it at all. I don't think there's any connection. It's like they spend a day on a train, a bit of time in Morocco, and then suddenly in the next scene where he's getting tortured, she's like, I love you. But where's that come out of? Absolute out of the blue. Now, for me personally, Monica Bellucci, I think, is great, but she is completely wasted.
Absolutely.
Like 5 minutes, all she gets is 5 minutes, and it's a great 5 minutes.
It's a great 5 minutes, but
and then it's gone. Now, for me, you should have sacked Swan off, and she should have been the main Bond girl throughout the whole film.
I think at the time that was the biggest problem that many Bond fans had with the film, and just audiences in general, was this great actress being wasted the way she was,
so
and again at the mercy of Bond. This womanizer. And he just comes in. She's just like, she's so much better than that. Like,
she deserves so much better. And for me, the connection with the other films, they didn't need to have it. I think it actually devalues the previous films. I think if you go through the whole Skyfall and think, well, he's just doing what Blofeld's told him to do, it just makes Silver look even less of a villain. It makes Le Chiffre look less of a villain, because they're all basically
it kind of
it devalues them.
That's what I didn't like about that.
And it's them trying to tie all the Craig films in for no real reason.
They didn't really need to.
When they didn't need to do it. And at the end, I don't know what you think about this, but at the end he's got the gun, he's pointing it at Blofeld, and Blofeld's saying, go on, finish it. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you just kill him? Why didn't they just kill? Why did Bond not kill Blofeld at the end? Because for me, he should have just shot him. Should have just killed him. There's no reason for him not to kill him.
I liked how he did that, because he has restraint. He, in a way, he's not just a killing machine. He has a mind of his own. He's not told, you go and kill this person. Because that's what spies are. You have to kill this person. In a way, he has his own mind, in a sense of he doesn't have to kill him. And I think he has a lot of personal side to it. I suppose he should have killed him, but I think he has a lot of personal.
So I think that was because of, again, the sake of them making up this story that then they're related. That's why he's not shown him mercy. But throughout Bond, as we know, Blofeld is the villain. And
you have the perfect opportunity.
You don't want to kill him. You don't want to kill him.
He's not a man you would stick in a cell. He's too dangerous. Bonds are killing. He's hard to kill. So why wouldn't you kill off the baddest man you've come up against? It just, there's no sense.
It does make no sense. For me, he should have just flown off. So there is a lot of. It's the script that really waxes
one that really has it's divided a hell of a lot.
There is a lot of choices here which actually really piss me off. It doesn't enjoy it. I can't just watch it and enjoy it, because when I start thinking about it, I think this is actually going against Bond's history, how it's written down. Like, Ian Fleming didn't make Bond and Blofeld related. Where's that come out of it? It's going against so much
that really, it's insulting, because the legend who wrote this whole thing. You know, you don't argue with that. And you know, granted, it's been very hard since obviously he passed for the family and other writers to come along and carry on the franchise, but they've done well since then. There's no reason they didn't need to do that though. It was unnecessary.
I can understand why you enjoy it and the reasons for it, but I think it's just for me personally, with the history in mind, it's just it annoys me. It's just a film that annoys me.
In a way, it has so many nods to previous films, like the for some reason the dinner scene on the train. Rush with Love.
Yeah.
The ski, not the place, the health spa thing. Piss galore. It just feels like it has so many nods to the old films, you know. And in a way, I think it's quite. You know, it has the Aston Martin, the gadget.
That's it.
You know,
it has
them good touches, but I think maybe in a way that it's divided a lot of people.
Yeah.
Nobody can really agree on this. They're saying this is because it's very divided. But for me, the way it's mixed in there, I think it's mixed quite well. But then there is them quite strong negatives in the sense of rating it family and bad sort of choices of how they've taken the story. Like I said, I think Monica Bellucci was brilliant. I think she should have been in it more predominantly. But I just liked her. The other lass. I think she had a good connection with her. Like I say, I understand a bit rushed, but in a way, her background which probably matched it a little bit.
There's story to it. There's body to it. And as you say, it touches on the old films, which I think is so great. The later films definitely have to, they
have to respect. Respect the heritage in a way.
Exactly. Pay homage to those films. And it's got the car chase. It's got the cars. It's got the fight scenes. It's got the gadgets.
All the elements are there.
And actually, I think the story's good because that's a lot of what I've said so far about other films is that all the elements of it. The story's not. I like the story. It's touched on the past, but the way they've made up this then part of the story towards the end. That's what kind of dropped it down. If it wasn't for that, and not only if they could have made Christoph Waltz have more to do as Blofeld, I think that could potentially be a contender for me. But just because of that, it's like
it sets it back a bit. I mean, I want to put this higher, but like I say, we've got to be realistic. You got to put it back a bit because it has some.
Because definitely top 10 potential. So much potential. So much,
but it has quite a lot of flaws in it, which push it down a lot lower.
In this case, I think is perhaps the most frustrating because I mean, you've just come off the back of Skyfall, which is an incredible, personally incredible film. No doubt about it. So it was always going to be hard, but. Like they're on a roll by that point. There was no need to do that.
No,
there wasn't. That was just
Good.
Right, guys, we are into the top 10.
Definitely. So this is going to be the tough. I think.
This is right.
The tougher one.
Okay.
Very
the 10th best James Bond film is.
James Bond, 007 License to Kill. Am I to be your target tonight?
Octopussy.
Wow.
I'm surprised that's got higher, to be honest. You know.
In fact, I'm completely the opposite. So you two must have had.
I'm close,
right.
But I'm surprised it's quite higher.
I'm probably the reason it's so high. I've got it as number 3. I've got this as the 3rd best. For me, quite simple to make the comparison. This is the Raiders of the Lost Ark of the James Bond films for me. This is it's the action adventure elements. It's India, exotic. It's more. It's most charming. There's humour in there, but there's good allies with. I think VJ as an ally with is great. I think Kamal Khan is so good, and the villain is so good because it's like him and Roger Moore having a suave off. Who can be the most suave? And I think that's brilliant. I think Maud Adams as Octopussy is fantastic.
She's great.
He's really good. I think the action is great. The tuk-tuk chase and the little jet. Little jet at the start is brilliant.
How the hell did they get in there? You know?
It's superb. Buzzsaw, Yo-Yo, and at the end. And Roger Moore really does good acting here because there's he has to there's the final half hour where he has to defuse that nuclear bomb. It's really tense, and it's all because of Roger Moore, because he has to dress up as a clown to infiltrate to get into the circus, and at that point even his own men don't take him seriously, and you can see Roger Moore is getting a bit agitated because he knows that this bomb's going off and no one's listening to him except Octopussy. And that whole scene, it's all because of Roger Moore's acting in it, and it's brilliant. And I just think for me the film is just non-stop entertaining but engaging as well. And it just starts well with the jet and it just soars, it just keeps on going, and that's why I've put it so high. I just really enjoy this film. I think it's a great film and a great Bond film as well.
So I put it about 12, so it's in the middle, but it's a better middle thing because like I said, it is Roger Moore, you know, and there are some good things and bad things. I think it's hard to describe. This is the one that's I'm always hard to describe it, but there's something I do quite like about it. I think India, great location to go to. You know, also I think Kamal Khan, you know, the exiled Afghan prince, wherever they played it as. I think he was brilliant as well. You know, it's like I say, it's really hard to describe how I feel about this because I'm quite you know, I do appreciate it, but then it's like you know, I like that, you know, it's good, you know, there's nothing really, I don't think there's too much stand out, but that bomb scene at the end was quite stand out, you know, but then there's not much around there for me to sort of wow, this is good, but definitely, you know, near to the end that was really good, you know, and I think it was quite good, you know, at the top of the plane, you know, like I think that was quite, you know, stunned a bit. But there was nothing to stand out, but I did really appreciate it because it was more, and it does demonstrate his great acting ability in this film because I think he's and I think he was an amazing actor, undercredited, and I think personally that's why I thought he was the best Bond, and I think, you know, he was just good in this, you know, there was great, you know, there was good warmth to it, and I really appreciate his ability in this film, so that's why I put it probably there, not 2, but I think, you know, I think I justified it right.
I completely agree with that, actually. I mean, though where I've placed it is completely against what he said. I actually have it at 19, which, you know, a lot of people will probably be like, wow. Which, you know, in theory, you know, if I had it high, could mean it could even be in second or first. Yeah, I completely agree with that. I just think my opinions are more exaggerated just about everything you said. I think, and like you said, there's some great elements. And it has everything that you expect of a good audience-friendly film to have. It has everything there for everyone. As a Bond fan, as an adult, as a kid who aren't Bond fans, it's just really fun and enjoyable to watch. But getting on to Bond, it doesn't. I mean, obviously this is personal opinion. It just doesn't lend itself to me. Like that doesn't strike me. I like the setting, I liked the characters, but for me, the villains weren't stand out enough to me. Like they were different. They were trying something new. Definitely, there's no doubt about that. And again, that's part of the setting and that. But for me, it just wasn't sinister enough. Like it just it flowed. It was great. Everything was there. It just there wasn't.
There's no. It was like no emotional impact or anything.
Yeah, like exactly. For me, there wasn't like. I mean, all the qualities were there, but there's no emphasis on them. They never played out. They could have done so much better. I feel with everything they've done, they just could have it just should have been a better film for me. I mean, it is kind of arguable. Again, I could have so easily had this higher up the list, but and it's also one of those films I haven't seen as much because it's just
it's funny with me. It's one of the most rewatchable ones. I can rewatch it over and over again, and still love it.
As a film, great to watch. I could easily watch it again. But as a Bond film, it just doesn't come across to me as the Bond film that what we know,
what you define as a Bond film.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 9, the 9th best is.
Your file shows no kills, Bond, but to become a 00, it takes 2. How did he die? Your contact? Not well. You needn't worry. The second is... yes. Considerably.
The man was Le Chiffre, private banker to the world's terrorists, which would explain how he could set up a high-stakes poker game at Casino Royale in Montenegro. If he loses this game, he'll have nowhere to run. You're the best player in the service.
The Treasury has agreed to stake you in the game. But if you lose, our government will have directly financed terrorism. I will be keeping my eye on our government's money and off your perfectly formed house.
You noticed. I hope our little game isn't causing you to perspire.
It doesn't bother you killing those people.
Well, I wouldn't be very good at my job if it did.
How's our girl? Melted your cold heart yet? James, get the girl out.
You're not going to let me in there. You've got your armor back on.
I have no armor left. You've stripped it from me. Whatever is left of me. Whatever I am. I'm yours.
The only question remains. Will you yield? In time?
Casino Royale.
I'm happy with that. Maybe.
I mean, I'm happy it's in the top 10. Like, I think it absolutely has to be in the top 10. Not to mention Daniel Craig's first film.
Yeah.
It's a solid film.
Oh,
for me, I don't even think that does it justice. I actually have it at number 4.
Right, okay, well.
And again, I'm contradicting myself here because it lacks some qualities of Bond films, obviously Daniel Craig being the Bond that he is, he's slightly like Timothy Dalton, but we've not had anyone like him. That's a fact, and so we have to get used to him. But I just thought the villain was great, the settings were great, the Bond girl was great. I thought everything was just great about it, and the story was so believable.
Yes,
again, there's none of this, over the top kind of sci-fi or whatever element. It was just such a believable, realistic story to me. It just felt so, you could easily imagine it. It was taking on that suave persona. He's this cool guy. He's the gambler. He's the womanizer. But in like a good way. They compile it all together, and Casino Royale is like a culmination of all the best things, the things that I like most about Bond. Wow. So it could be higher, but they're obviously other films. But for me, it's just a solid film. There's no need for me to really expand upon that. It's just a really good film. Has everything. Yeah.
Wow. What were your thoughts on it?
I put this as 11th because it struggles on a lot of bases. Because I personally don't feel it's a Bond. Because in a way, yes, he shares the same name, he's just been promoted and that lot, but there's no Bond elements in there. It's just a very strong film with great choreography, the free running, really tense moments, especially when he's going to shock, he's going to die, and especially the fallen building, brilliant. But it just doesn't feel like a Bond. I think it was a very spectacular film, but the reason why I've rated it there is because it's a good, credible film. It's a really good, enjoyable film to watch, but it just doesn't have any Bond. Personally, no really much Bond elements to it. I do agree. Because there is a Bond woman in there, but it's more just of a lover. There's just a bad guy, but he's just a bad guy. But then there is the combination of some really good moments in there, but it just doesn't feel like a Bond to me personally, which it was quite because it's his first into his entry. This is what you got to show. This is Daniel Craig.
I think this is the whole Daniel Craig situation, isn't it?
But I think he it just doesn't feel like a Bond to me. Because the only thing it has is his name. My name's James Bond.
For you, because it's like James Bond is Roger Moore, and he encaptures everything. But there's
no elements of any previous Bonds in it. It's just his name.
He is such a different Bond. It is that far apart from any other Bond, which I think is why, like yourself, there's so many people are divided.
But he's a good Bond. Yeah, and I think he is. But it's just no previous elements to what would categorise Bond as Bond. Which really
because that's it. Some people want him to be the Bond that we know, or some people are kind of willing, like myself, are willing to look past that. Think, okay, he's much different. But you have to there's always going to be new 007s that have the same qualities, but they all bring something new, and so I'm willing to think, right, this guy is 007, but he's doing it in this way, but then it's still got everything. So I don't care that he's not like Roger Moore or Sean Connery. He is still James Bond, and it's just a lot more sinister. That's just Daniel Craig. For me, that doesn't take away from anything. Maybe it's not the family friendly Bond we know. No, absolutely not.
It's definitely not.
Absolutely not. And perhaps that is maybe a kind of, because James Bond to start with was such a friendly film, so in that respect maybe it's not the typical cliche James Bond, but it's still it's a James Bond movie, and it has the story and it has all the elements, and for me, like I say, that's why it does it. I mean, the car is beautiful. I like the gambling, the over the gambling. I thought that was such a cool scene.
That scene where he's doing the poker is brilliant. The poker scene is fantastic.
Epic, and then maybe I think the whole car chase, it was a minimal car chase where they're escaping and then he eventually tips the car. So start with, again, that car is amazing. That is a great car. That's what I want to do. It's an Aston Martin. It's a beautiful car. The torture scene, that is a bit kind of, again, gratuitous. It is quite violent, and I think that set the tone for Daniel Craig.
It's a very good scene.
It's a very good scene
done and well acted.
It's just hard to watch for some people. But like, it shows the intensity of the villain and Daniel Craig, I think, at the same time, because you realise James Bond is Daniel Craig is this big, buff James Bond. He's sinister. But now we've got an even more sinister villain. And again, the actor, I think, was great to encapsulate. It just, for me,
is great.
He's great.
I actually have this. This is terrible. I have it as 18th. Oh God.
No, I can believe that.
I have it really quite low, and the reason for it is basically for everything Ant has said, and then some. It just doesn't feel like a Bond film to me. I think if you took Bond out, it's a great film. It is a fantastic film, but for me, there's not enough Bond elements in there to make it Bond. There is The poker scene is great. Free running scene, amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I didn't mention that. It's excellent.
But and also I kind of feel that after Le Chiffre gets killed, I don't like the rest of the stuff in Venice. I don't think it's necessary. I think it goes on too long. I think if when they killed Le Chiffre, all that stuff in Venice happened in the place where they killed Le Chiffre, and that was the finale, I would enjoy this film a lot more. But it goes on, it drags on. They go to Venice for some reason,
and the girl dies, which actually is, I think, for me, one of the most frustrating scenes because she didn't have to.
Oh, you did? Oh, right. Oh, okay. I mean, I kind of thought that. I kind of know that it's in the book that she dies, and but yeah, you're right. She didn't have to.
But at the same time, she didn't have to. It's this thing about going to Venice because there wasn't any need for that.
There wasn't any need.
So there necessarily wasn't any need then for her to die because they were going to Venice.
I just think it went on a bit too long. But it's very stripped down. It's the start. It's a rebirth of Bond, really. Yeah. It's Bond before he became
I understand
Bond.
that. Yeah,
it's the prequel that's come so much later.
And it's because, and it's probably because it's one of these films that I watch and respect more than I actually enjoy it in terms of I wouldn't choose to rewatch it again straight away. I'd rather watch the other Bonds.
No, yeah, I can
there's more prioritised, unfortunately.
So that's why I feel the same way.
I think if you go and watch it and you don't enjoy it, I think you have to watch it again because as I say, this is so it splits, it divides opinion. This one, it really does. Yeah. I mean, we all agree it's a good film. But it's not a Bond film for you guys. And for me, it's like I can understand what you're saying. Maybe it's a rebirth of Bond. It's a different Bond. It's like it's changing the face of Bond in that respect. Maybe it's a Bond film, but just because of the elements, the story, I can forgive that. Like I like there to be new kind of
a new way of telling. Bond.
I mean, I think there should. Perhaps it was a bit too kind of dark, sinister, maybe a bit violent, but. Because Bond is, as I said already, it wants to be family friendly. It should be for all audiences. James Bond's a character which everyone should be able to enjoy. But I mean, that's aside from that, it's just a great film. I think it does have the elements. It's just not in the way that you want it to. Because as I say, you're going to be sentimental about the Bonds, like I am about Sean Connery, like you are about,
Absolutely. Okay. The 8th best Bond film is
You were expecting someone else?
No more foreplay. Name's Bond. James Bond.
GoldenEye. Ant is not very happy.
We're not happy.
Okay.
I mean, I'll let you start. That was,
I put that second.
Second.
Well, I actually thought you was kind of
because
second.
Because there's a lot of things. I think maybe that was the first first one I got into. I think maybe because Looking from Aliens, and that might have been the first one I was watching Bond, really. I don't know how it is, but it was my first sort of, when I was first started watching him, and then obviously I watched the rest of them. But this one was so good because I think it was an amazing start, and absolutely amazing, you know, the dam jumping. I think it was, I really loved the and it's all like secret, and then obviously there's a bit of a funny bit to it, and obviously you got to Sean Bean. I think he's a brilliant actor, and obviously he's there. It's like, he's your pal, you know, to watch, and obviously it all progresses. Bit far fetched, you know, on the jumping off, and because that scene seems to last forever. I'm thinking that would have crashed by that time.
Catching up the plane.
Catching up the plane. That would have gone by now. That was a bit of a pit. I think okay, but it was good, you know, good spectacle. But obviously then you go further. It's a bit, you know, he's not in it much. It's more about the other people, which is a bit of a new thing. He doesn't get much run time. You know, it's not like other people. Like you know, he goes, you know, what the bad guys are doing. But then obviously right at the end, you know, it's actually him, you know, and I think he has one of the most best background stories. The Alec Trevelyan, I think he has a brilliant one because he has such pure good motivation to why he's done this, and you feel really, this is like the first time you really feel for a Bond villain. You know, you think, right, I can understand, you know, the betrayal, you know, and this in a way it's like getting it on back, but it's obviously in his own way, you know, it's made, you know, in a greedy way, but it's his own way of getting it away back, not just himself, but obviously, you know, but it was quite a really great moment, you know. You think, you know, and quite, you know, very iconic for me personally to watch that. And obviously there's the follow-on, it just goes the tank, and then obviously there's the fire, the thing. I really did enjoy that, you know. And obviously, you know, I thought Desmond Llewellyn as Q was brilliant, you know, with you know, when he's sat in the wheelchair and he goes, so it was like a skiing accident, he goes, no, I'm hunting, you know, and he comes out, doesn't it, you know. And obviously there's all different bits going round, you know, guys going into a phone box, and all of a sudden it just expands, you know.
Don't touch that.
That's my lunch. And then
my lunch.
They're in the brilliant in the there's one brilliant bit in the background. They're talking, and then this guy, you can see a guy in the back. He's on the phone, and he just presses something. He's just going to launch it backwards. And I was absolutely howling when I watched that because it's so unexpected.
It's the best Q scene in probably the whole franchise.
He's just messing around, he's like, boom, but it's like in the background, and it's like it just shows the manic of Q Branch, but how brilliant it is.
John Cleese was like great.
Yeah, but obviously Desmond Llewellyn was great, you know, and it's just such a good Bond film, and that's why I put it so far second, because it
seems like a kind of a sentimental thing for you.
So it's a sentimental for me, but obviously I love, but it's the Bond villain I respected a lot. I didn't like, because obviously you don't want them to win, but I wanted him because you respect.
It's a good matchup for Bond.
It's a good matchup, yeah, because obviously they're the same. They're both double agent, you know, double O.
Because alone in those respects, for me, I could have it so high up the list. I mean, obviously it was not necessarily one of the first films I touched upon, so that sentimentality, but for me, it has the elements, it has what you've said, but it feels like at the same time there's contradictions, because I mean, it's forgiven because it's sentimental, but like obviously your Bond is Roger Moore, and in many ways I feel it's like Casino Royale. It's a dark, dry and scary James Bond, because
it's the same director, Mark.
There you go.
It's the same director as Casino Royale. It's another.
So that makes a lot of sense. So for me, it's kind of strange,
but it's different because it's like
it's different. So yeah, that's fair enough. But for me, I mean, I had it at 14.
How amazing! Exact same as you.
See, it was. No doubt about it, it's a good film, and for me, I think it's probably my favourite Pierce Brosnan film. It is, no doubt, because I've always said, like, I love Pierce Brosnan. The look, he looks like a James Bond. It's just a shame that he's had some shite films, you know, not to beat around the bush. So and again with Sean Bean, and actually, which we haven't talked, the actress, the villainess, who I thought
on the top.
Right, first, I think, you know, that was a kind of pathway into, you know, puberty for me. I mean, maybe not the violence, but you know, she was so sexy. But then the way they didn't just leave it at that and like just think, okay, she's just another Bond girl that James Bond's going to go and win over. She was like, you know, this Russian girl that could crush you within her legs and all that. And you felt like she was almost going to kill Bond, not just Sean Bean. So like everything, the characters and stuff, she was great, but I felt like that was it though. She was good, Sean Bean was good, Pierce Brosnan was good. I think that's some of his better acting as well. And I love the scenes like when he's jumping off the dam. But other than that, I mean, obviously towards the end where they're in the big satellite, that's cool. I felt like the beginning and the end were the only good bits. I felt everything between just felt like it kind of dipped for the entire film.
It's funny, Joe. I agree with you. I agree with you to the extent
because I can't remember anything between. I only remember the beginning and the end.
For me, it's everything. When he gets locked up in the archive bit and he breaks out and gets on a tank.
Yeah,
that's an amazing. That tank chase is unbelievable. From that moment to the end, if the rest of the film before it was that good, for me it'd be so much higher. The rest of the film before that, it takes a long time to get going.
It does take a dip. Yeah, I appreciate that. It does take a dip.
And it's, for me, that's the reason it's low down for me. I mean, it was the first Bond film I saw. I mean, when I saw the tank blast through the wall, for me, I was just like, this is an amazing film
series.
I want to see more of these types of films.
Skidding,
But so I do have a lot of nostalgic fondness for it. But if I'm looking at it in case of all the other Bond films, the other Bond films seem to have. That I've placed higher seem to have momentum that they can sustain. It whereas this one it lags. I think early on, which is a real shame because
that shows
the characters are great as well. It's just that I think the story lags. I think it takes a long time to get the plot in motion, but once it's in motion it's brilliant, but it takes a long time to get going, and for me it's like I agree.
That's shown in your ability to recall the film, because as I say, we can all remember that dam scene, we can all remember the end scene, the satellite where you watch what's she called on the top get pulled into the helicopter, great scenes, but what happened between something with a swimming pool, I don't know. You know what I mean? There's a swimming pool scene which felt, when they meet for the first time, I was like, right, okay, but then that's about it. Like the bits that were good were great. The bits were bad were just it's naff. It was frustrating. It was
right. Number 7, the 7th best is...
The name that means excitement is back. Bond. James Bond.
That girl must be very talented.
Shut up. Believe me, my interest in her is purely professional.
What is this?
I've had a few optional extras installed.
Wherever he goes, adventure follows.
Two of our men are dead. Koskov's named you. Then I must die.
Eliminate him.
Kill him! He lives for danger. Lives for the moment. He lives on the edge.
Whoever she was, I must have scared the living daylights out of her.
James Bond, 007, The Living Daylights.
The Living Daylights. I'm actually surprised that it's that high, but actually I shouldn't really be too surprised because I've put it at 7.
I've got it at 8, so I mean
I've got it at 6.
We've all got, so we all have a similar affection for this film.
I think I loved the whole snake charming thing that was going on. There was a lot of, I don't know, it just brought something new to the Bonds. I felt it was just so cool.
I think it was a great introduction now, because the skydiving, and exercise. Then you see him, and it's there's Bond. You knew it was him pretty straight away. And
the whole bit on Gibraltar is it's a great opening.
And obviously then it obviously goes into a different area, Afghanistan, and it goes to a different area which kind of works in a way.
I've just realised I'm thinking about the entirely different film. I'm thinking of Live and Let Die. Dancing with Snake Charmer, that's a Roger Moore film. Yes, no, sorry.
I was looking
I was going to say, I was scanning through a bit and saying, no, well, let him have that one. Thinking, well, hang on a minute.
No, I know my Bond films. I know.
We've covered a lot of films.
Yes, we have. And actually, The Living Daylights, that's my favourite Timothy Dalton one.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
We'll scrap everything I've said. That is a great movie. Yeah, there's no Snake Charmers. Great movie. Afghanistan, like the planes. I thought, for me, that plane scene where they're stuck in the netting and the Bond's still ticking.
That's so good.
For me, that is one of the best, and I can see it in you. Like it's one of the best Bond. Like that was so good.
Because you really despise this guy because what he's done up to that point. You really wanted it, and then obviously let go. Slowly.
It's just it's amazing stunt work. Yeah. They're hanging out the back of a Hercules aircraft.
Incredible.
It's like wow.
It's so.
And so I thought what was brilliant at the end is because them guys just helped him, the Maharaj, they helped him. So I'll pay the favour, read out the bomb,
blows the bridge,
takes a tank out,
and you're like, you're loving it. It's so good. I mean, and also as well, we haven't even talked about the Aston Martin in this,
but that was
the skis out the side,
the rockets,
the lasers out the side to laze the car. It is brilliant. It's so
over the
really kitted out.
Awesome, with a rocket out the back.
I think there were probably more stunts than a lot of other Bond films, and just in this film. And it's one of those films for me as well where I can recall the whole thing. I just love it. I think it's got such a sophistication, like from Russia with Love. I think it's kind of it's got the theatricalness that a lot of Roger Moore, say like Living Daylight, View to Kill has. Those kind of has all those scenes like you want it. Like it looks a great Bond film.
It looks fantastic.
It is a great Bond film. Like I say, it's sophisticated, but then it adds something new.
The Timothy Dalton thing, depth to it.
And the female character, she's great at first. She seems very kind of like this soft character that you couldn't imagine anything more coming from her other than obviously the fact that she's playing a cello. Actually, she then progresses as a character as well. I like that it's just him and her. Like in that film, you also feel like they spent so much time working on that. Like there's a romance. It
completely
just has,
agree with
as a Bond film, it has everything, and as a film, it has everything. It's just a great film.
It has two great moments, especially where they're in the key branch and he's got that ghetto, and he goes, "It's something for the Americans called the ghetto blaster." And I was like, yes.
Where the chap sits on the sofa and then it closes it on.
And there's another great moment where they just come off the plane and then he looks at the signs and goes, "I know a great restaurant in Karachi."
It's brilliant.
It's a brilliant film.
I'm trying to think of flaws with it. The only thing I can think of is that the villains aren't the best.
No, I mean the main one, because obviously the henchman, he's just like following.
That's it.
But then there's like the two
only
others.
thing I can think of. Just the rest of it is and I mean I think this was John Barry's last film as well, and his score in it is great. It's epic. It's an epic.
Definitely.
It's an Aha's song.
It's just a beautiful film. Everything. Timothy Dalton, beautiful man. The actress, I forget her name.
Mariam Darbo.
Thank you. Beautiful. Like the settings, like in Afghanistan. I liked the way they went from all those different. It just weaved nice.
There's a great sweep to it. It really.
It was very slick, wasn't it?
And the plot is kind of tough to follow, but you're still engaged in it.
Yeah, definitely.
Because it's a big mystery that even Bond doesn't really know what's going on.
Yeah.
But because of the epic scale of it, and you know the affection you have for him and the Bond girl on this journey, you don't really care. He doesn't really know what's going on. You're just kind of going with it.
It's almost strange because at the same time, maybe it's not necessarily the James Bond that we all know. I know it's Timothy Dalton. It's reprising a new Bond, like starting a new Bond, but there isn't that kind of colour that the other ones have. It's still very, like you say, dark in a way.
It's just because it's drugs, isn't it? That's what they're smuggling in it. And I can fully
it's hard to explain.
It's more real. It feels more. It's less almost comic book. It's more real.
But it is quite But obviously it's quite political because of the Russians in Afghanistan. They've dabbled in that element because there's always something that creeps in.
But they've just managed to do so well. Like you've obviously seen with other Bonds where they've tried doing that, it just hasn't worked. It's failed. It feels like they've tried something different here, and it's totally paid off.
This
film for me is what frustrates me that Timothy Dalton didn't have more films, because I felt like Roger Moore, Sean Connery, Timothy Dalton,
great breakout.
Just like come on,
it's
like
great,
you didn't need to go to Roger Moore so soon. It was just so.
It's almost like and to have this, and it's funny as you say, it's like a I mean, this came just out off the back of A View to a Kill, so you can see that with A View to a Kill, you know, Roger Moore's getting a bit on of it, so they needed to kind of reinvigorate it. And with this, they just came straight and they just said, right, we've got Dalton, let's go.
I mean, it must have been excellent to watch at the cinema, knowing off the back of, you know, A View to a Kill, the other one's a bit kind of. And
then you come into this going, wow, that is an epic.
Because I think that was actually for me one of the first films I'd seen. Strangely enough, you know, you'd usually, again, like yourselves, watch a Pierce Brosnan or a Roger.
You watch a varied
but
one.
For me, this was like one of the first I watched. I was just like, for me, a lot of Bond films I compared to this one.
Wow.
Yeah, because it just, I love it.
Okay. The 6th best is
Roger Moore is James Bond 007 in Ian Fleming's Live and Let Die.
My name's Bond. James Bond.
Names is for tombstones, baby. Waste him, now.
James Bond is back, and wherever he drops in, it can mean only one thing.
Trouble!
This is the Bond adventure with more excitement, more action, more danger, and more. Much more. Roger Moore as James Bond 007. .007 is on a worldwide manhunt. The body count is going up. And where Bond stops to visit, he leaves his mark. On everything.
They'll kill you.
They will kill us. That was lesson number 2. Togetherness.
Is there time before we leave for lesson number 3?
Absolutely.
Your seat and hang on.
If any man can show just cause where they might not lawfully be joined together.
Because Bond is on the move. And if you miss this one, you'll miss the most exciting 007 adventure of them all.
Live and Let Die.
Now we can start talking about Live and Let Die and Snake Charmers.
Now you can start talking about Snake Charmers.
That's close, because that's where I mean, I put it as 6. I put it as 6.
Wow.
No, sorry, I put it as 5th. Sorry.
Yeah,
I put it as 5th.
I've got it the same as you.
Yeah, 5th. Yeah. It's up there because it's an amazing breakout role. Because like Roger Moore, you know, it's got a bit of a weight on his, you know, from Connery, and it was a good story. You know, quite memorable in a way. You know, the buzzsaw watch. You know, Teehee. You know, with his thing. Yeah. And I thought it was brilliant with the crocodile farm. You know, that was
for me
tracking.
This is the one that I will question the most. In fact, I love it. I can't see it. I could potentially leave, especially after this whole conversation we've had. Everything, but this film I could just so easily just move up there. It still strikes me I could have easily done it.
Yeah, so much more,
because I've actually got it at 11,
right?
And it should be a top 10 film. I wish I could.
Yeah.
Because everything is
there's some great
mixture to it, you know.
Yeah, and then to top that was possibly the the best Bond song ever, because it is incredible. I mean, Paul McCartney, like,
in fact, it's a great score. The whole film's score is great, and it's not John Barry actually. It's George Martin, the producer of who did the score for this film.
Crazy, I didn't know.
Now, if you watch this film again, listen to the score. It's a hell of a score.
Crazy
because it is just it's not quite the Bond theme, but there's some real good tension, and it plays with the voodoo, because the voodoo is the interesting part in this film as well, because they don't say if it works or not. They kind of leave it up to the audience to guess, is it real, is it not? It's kind of out there, it's a mystery, but it adds a whole new flavour to the film, makes it unique,
like it was
stand out.
Really refreshing, like
it's great.
And it's just one of those go-to Bond films that everyone can watch. Like it's just
a great mixture of characters, you know. Baron
Samedi. He is brilliant. He's
hilarious.
The man who cannot die.
And then there's TV, you know, I think, and then a lot of Dr. Kananga was pretty good as well.
I liked Dr. Kananga,
and also Solitaire, you know, with the cards.
I think she's the most beautiful Bond girl.
Did we not get a cameo from Sergeant? What's his face?
I was going to say JW. That's what his first. That was
JW. Was that the first one?
That was the first thing. Yeah.
Oh man, God.
Just, it was funny. It was stylish. It was mysterious, and it was Bond. Like, as I said, I remember the voodoo. The voodoo is like the most memorable thing for me.
Definitely.
The snake part, I thought that was so cool.
And the weird guy who comes out of the grave and he kind of shoots it. I was like,
as a kid, when you're watching that, and that again, this is one of the first ones I've ever seen. I was like, that terrified me. I was like, what the hell is that?
The hell is that?
Yeah.
But there's great stuff. I mean, we haven't even talked about the speedboat chase, which is epic.
Awesome.
The double-decker bus scene where he hits the bridge and the top comes off. I mean,
but especially with the speedboat, I think he cuts across a wedding, doesn't he? And he goes, I'm sure he shouts something like "congratulations" or something like that. You know, many of them. It's brilliant.
And you got the car jump as well in there in the film. Am I thinking?
Oh no, it's Man with the Golden Gun. But it's around that era that they started to go over the top with the stunts.
I think says about that. The Roger Moore thing, like, you know, without if you somehow took away Roger Moore out of that film, like, you would still know it was Roger Moore, like a Roger Moore film, because it was just so.
I think it was like an early, because obviously he was doing more TV work, and I think it was a great introduction because it was a little bit sort of that sort of thing, you know. And always loved the watch, you know, the magnetic, you know,
the gadgets,
and the buzzsaw, you know, cut the rope, you know.
So cool.
And there's some great little scenes in there that. You kind of you really feel Bond is in trouble. Like, there's a scene where Kananga takes Bond's watch and he's got his little finger in a snip, and he basically says, look, I'm going to chop your little finger off
if you don't guess
the watch number. And that is actually really quite tense. You kind of think, oh, shit, Bond's in trouble with it, he's going to get. And then straight after that you're into the crocodile farm, and then you're into boat chase, and it's just
it's just a whirlwind, isn't it?
It's just a whirlwind. It's just
and at the end as well, where they're underground in the little cave and they've got the shark, and where there's that comical moment where the big bouncer looking fella falls into the chair that it collapses in itself,
and then he whacks a little pellet in his mouth and it just pops like a balloon.
Whisper that was the big guy. Whisper.
That's Whisper.
Very close, you know. Whisper
and listen,
always makes me, you know, okay.
I forgot that little plane bit, you know, where he takes over that Mrs. Bell or whatever she's called in the
usual plane instructor, you know. He's not here at the moment.
But like that scene though, like, again, another brilliant moment, because I mean, other than Thunderball, you know, there aren't necessarily sharks brought into the whole Bond thing. I just loved like the way he was so on the edge of, like, obviously certain death, falling into this
cut his arm,
and he fell in. And again, another tense moment where you think he could die here, and it's just putting Bond into those situations, and the entire time you're thinking, come on Bond, come on, like, you just want him to succeed, but at the same time you feel like, again, he's up against someone that has potential to, you know.
And then they kill T off at the end, and you think, right, that's them all done. And then Baron 70 is on the front of the train going laughing, and it's just what an end! It's just a great film. It is just it
is a great film. It's a brilliant.
I'm trying to think of. It's hard to kind of think of flaws with it, but it's the only thing I can say is. Well, I'm struggling to think of flaws. I think there are other films that do it a bit better than this.
Yeah,
that's the only.
I just
it's
think
maybe a bit low. There's not too. Some bits kind of are a bit slow.
Yeah,
I would say.
Yeah,
and Rosie Carver. You know, there's
that woman.
She's not good in it. She's a bit annoying.
Yeah,
but and the pre-title sequence is a bit dull. There's a few little moments like that that kind of bring it down.
I just think thank God for all of those scenes that we have mentioned, along with the music, which I think, in fairness, does lend itself. I mean, obviously it lends itself to the film, but. They go hand in hand. I feel like that's the Bond film that we all know as the song, and vice versa. Like,
it's definitely the song has had a life of its own.
I thought that
more than any other Bond song definitely. Actually is this one,
and that has helped. I think just the film. Like, if it wasn't for the song, it really
We are into the top 5, gentlemen. Wow. Okay, the 5th best Bond film is
an avalanche of action. Bigger, better, different. It's got to be when he's around. Vistas of sweeping splendor. Different. It must be so if he's in the picture. Fabulous beauties, all of them dolls, every one different. They've got to be when he's around.
My name's Bond, James Bond.
The new Bond.
Suppose I were to kill you for a thrill.
The different 007. Oh. George Lazenby. The different Bond from the same stable. Diana Rigg as the Comtessa, the different Bond woman. This one's got class and style. The villains with the difference. Telly Savalas as Blofeld, a new destructive force.
With the difference, if my demands are not met, I shall proceed with the systematic extinction of whole species of cereals and livestock all over the world.
Gabrielle Fazzetti as Draco, a tough mafia daddy with a problem child.
Papa, where's James?
Don't worry, he'll join us soon.
But we can't leave him.
He doesn't need your help.
I will not go without you.
You'll have to.
On the day you marry her, I'll give you a personal dowry of £1 million.
Oh. 007 times more exciting than your wildest dreams. The creative skills of the cinema's master filmmakers.
We'll hit the rush hour.
If you think you know your Bond, think again. This one's different. This one's got heart.
I love you. I know I'll never find another girl like you. Will you marry me?
Time enough for life to unfold all the precious things love has in store. We have all the love in the world. If that's all we have, you will find we.
On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Oh, no. Oh, man. That is such
it's close to what I put it. Let's go.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but actually, On Her Majesty's Secret Service for me is my favourite Bond film of all time.
That's your number one. We've got
it is my
we've got a number one.
Definitive number one, which is so ironic considering it was only George Lazenby's film as James Bond. But like, for me, that was just... I love everything about it. I mean, I could touch on everything. I thought George Lazenby, that's such a waste of a great actor and a James Bond. Like he looked like James Bond. He was cool. He did everything. He did a bit of everything. Like he just felt like the kind of, I don't know, like just the go-to almost.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Again, the music for me, I loved it. And that went really hand in hand with scenes like where they're coming down the ski slope and stuff like that. I loved that. There's also a lot of little treats in there, like one of the girls he meets up in the kind of the thing is actually from Morecambe Bay.
Ruby Bartlett.
And again, like you've said with some of your films, this for me is sentimental. That's probably one of the, if not the first film I'd ever seen, and I cannot fault it. Like, there's no point me going through everything that's there because it had the gadgets, you know, it had the beautiful cars, it was stylish, it was sexy, and it was like Blofeld. Like I liked Blofeld.
Telly Savalas is
he was so good, and he looked. He's kind of, when I picture Bond, Blofeld, he's the Blofeld that I imagine.
But he's sinister, but he's like you like him.
You like him.
He's the Blofeld that you actually really.
And there was a lot of cool dialogue, and it almost especially with this film Blofeld, you saw more of the potential in anyone because he spoke a lot. He was very welcoming into his kind of mountain palace,
mountain palace.
And I just thought it was just, in that sense, there wasn't too much going on up until sort of middle ending. But like, oh my god, like I just thought all of it was so cool, like the speech, and then it just blended so well. It just kind of flowed really nicely and it made the audience want something, and it did exactly that at the end. I just think that ski slope bit where they're chasing them through the forest, I absolutely love it. And then it breaks my heart as well because you do see the relationship between the girl as well, where she dies in the end. Spoiler. Like that, I just think it's such a good film. It's a tough one to.
It is a tough one.
I've got this as 11, and actually you are selling it to me that I put this pretty low. But it's I like Lazenby in it. I think he does a good job with it. Absolutely love Diana Rigg. Best Bond girl. I think she is the best Bond girl.
She's beautiful.
She's
cool.
a great actress. She's
and she has great moments in the film with the car, and you know, it's just she's really good.
I think it takes. There's a little while for it. There's little bits in the centre when they're on Piz Gloria, where he's kind of sleeping with all the girls. I'm kind of not too keen on that because he's just kind of got in a relationship with Tracy, and I don't know if it's just me, but I'm not too happy with him doing that, and that kind of knocks it down a bit. But the location's stunning. I've actually been to Piz Gloria.
Seriously, wow!
It is great. It's fantastic. I've been lucky enough to go there. The ski chases. Ridiculous. Music speaks for itself.
I love it. It's my favourite soundtrack. I think.
And the Louis Armstrong, "We Have All the Time in the World." It's just one of the most beautiful love songs ever.
It is one of the most romantic Bond films there is. And that's what I love about it.
The most.
It's not just. Like, which is great, you know, the violence and all the coolness of the being an agent and Bond, but it was a romantic film. It was a funny film. It was just.
And I know that I've heard that some people give. I think for me, the reason it's so low is because it's. it's hard to explain other than I enjoy other films. I'd watch other films ahead of this, but I probably have a lot more respect for this film over those films that are above it, because of the fact that it is very true to the book. You go on a journey. Bond goes on a emotional journey in this film, which he doesn't go on a lot of. That doesn't happen too many times in the other films. And when you get to the end, I mean, I know some people who actually slate Lazenby's acting and say he's not a good actor. I tell you what, that end scene, that is all because of his acting. That scene is so good.
Yeah, the way he holds her, that he finds out she's got the bullet in her,
and that is a hard scene to do, and he nails it. Because you are feeling that you are really hurting for it.
You didn't know that was going to happen because they got married. Kind of went into the sun, and then actually no, we're not going to let you do that.
I know if you're
just like it was awful, but it was so good.
That's true. If you're coming into this and you know nothing about Bond and you watch this just as a film, if this is your first Bond film, you would not see that coming, and you would be literally like, Jesus. I mean, the first time you watch it ever, and that ending happens, it hits you right there.
Absolutely,
all because of Lazenby.
It kills me to this day.
It's sad.
It's so sad. Because, again, I say, it's so frustrating watching a Bond film where he's this womanizer and the actresses get so little decent time in the film, and he kind of throws him off of him left, right and centre, like, I'm done with you.
I think in this film it doesn't work in this one when he's doing that with all the girls, but because you care so much about him.
But he cares so much about this woman. You're like, it's just refreshing, and they just make that love thing go on so well.
I just think the detour bit when he goes up to the top and all the girls are up there, but you kind of think, well, it's Bond. You could say it's Bond doing his job,
but he didn't do anything, you know. And again, it's so kind of Blofeld is this mastermind, genius, millionaire. You can do whatever you want, and for him to have a load of girls around him, that kind of makes sense.
Fair enough. So, what are your thoughts, Ant?
Well, I've got it 4. You know, it's definitely up there.
See, I respect that. Not 11.
It's up there as a special one, considering Lazenby's one-off one. There's some great moments, like tense moments, especially when he's cracking the safe, you know, and the guy's coming back, you know, and then that's good, and also the music playing, that's brilliant as well. My only quarrel is that he got married, which was what I don't think should have happened, because I don't believe he should get married. I think because
I disagree. I think he should.
But the thing is, though, that's how it's kept on, because it's a recurring element. He'll always find someone new, but. It just, for me, just doesn't feel like it. I mean, he's found a perfect woman, and if they stayed like that, but marriage.
But that's in the book camp. So it's like so you think with Ian Fleming, he shouldn't have married him off, because it's in the book on a match.
Is it in the book that she's then killed as well?
Yeah.
Because
this is probably the truest to the book. This film, so
just doesn't seem.
I can understand that, because he's not a man that should get married. That's his job. He's in no way to be able to do that. I get it, but. It's just nice that he did.
But for me,
then she dies. He's not going to do it again. He's going to have to go back in, and he's lost the girl. He's going to still be 007. Then he could have left it, but no. That's kind of saying, well, he's still going to be.
And it's good that what I think the good thing about him getting married is that. Firstly, Diana Rigg, you kind of believe that Diana Rigg is so good in this film that you actually believe James Bond would marry her.
She's lovely.
But also, what happens in this film has an undercurrent throughout the rest of the series, probably up to the Craig era, where every time they kind of, why Bond's a bit guarded when it comes to girls, and he doesn't love, and it's because of what happened in this.
It's kind of a bit of a theme, isn't it? You saw it in Casino Royale as well.
That's and it's because of
again, Living Daylights and stuff. It's like it did, because before that is the womanizer, Sean Connery and Roger Moore, the womanizers, and that changed everything. You're right,
So I think it gives the character a lot of depth.
I fully appreciate that. It's nice to have that sort of thing. But for me personally, I just don't feel like he. he marries, you know. I just because I feel like he just defeats the whole thing. Because if he gets married, he's not going to be who he is anymore. Yeah. You know, it's like the final chapter in a way. But obviously, it isn't because it's now like a defense mechanism. And now it's very guarded.
I imagine Fleming even would have been conflicted about that. You know, it could have gone either way. But the fact remains, you know, yes, he did get married, but then she died. So the Bond, you know, lives to fight.
He can't have happy. It shows that he cannot. Because his lifestyle.
That's what required of him. Yeah, he hasn't got space for love.
Which is a reminder.
Yeah. I think for me, probably the biggest disappointment with this film is that Lazenby didn't do another one.
No,
that's it.
I think Lazenby should have done the next one, which was Damned Forever, and that Damned Forever should have been a revenge film that License to Kill was, and then
that could have made it a completely different tone to Damned Forever.
That could have changed the later Bonds. But it's you know, you got to be happy the way it's happened. God, you do wish he'd been in more, because I
think
he's
underrated.
He's up there with my favourite Bonds. You know, he's in the top 3, potentially the top 2, and as I say, it is just my favourite Bond film, easily.
So number 4, the 4th best is.
It's the biggest, it's the best, it's Bond and beyond.
Business and your people get killed. We both know that.
Then, when this mission is over, I will kill you.
Within minutes, New York and Moscow will cease to exist.
Anya on there.
I know, James. I'm sorry.
I have to get her off. How?
Well. A British agent in love with a Russian agent.
Your time's running out, Stromberg.
Yours too, Mr. Bond. Yours too.
It's the biggest, it's the best, it's Bond and beyond.
Who loved me.
I didn't know it was this high, to be honest.
I didn't expect it to be this high, but I'm not surprised.
I didn't know it was this high.
This is my number 1.
This is your number 1.
This is my favourite Bond film.
I can see that.
And it's only I only recently it was only when I reevaluated it all that I put this as number 1. And it's because flat out in terms of entertainment, it's the most epic. Well, it's just the most flat out entertaining. It's a superb. It doesn't dull once, and there are so many memorable moments. The pre-title sequence where he skis off the cliff, and then with the Union Jack. I mean, that's iconic. I mean, it's so well done. It's an amazing stunt. I love the music in this. I love the song. It's my favourite Bond song.
It's a great song.
Nobody does it better. It's brilliant. Roger Moore at his best. Triple X, the girl, Anya Amasova, she's like an equal to him. Jaws is great in this film.
That's the Jaws,
and Stromberg, the villain,
Carl
is
Stromberg,
really good, and it's just the scope of it. It's just let's. And when they go underwater in this, let's not go under. Yeah, let's go underwater, but let's go in a car and let's make
underwater,
it. And it's just amazing. The fact that you have a tanker that swallows 3 submarines. The scale of this film is ridiculous. And for me, it's just. I just adore it. For me, the way I feel about it is the same way you feel about On the Majesty, because I really struggle to find a fault with this film because it's exotic and the locations are stunning. It's just a brilliant film.
Again, for me, it's another one of those films where I'm just looking at my list and going, why is it not? Why number 2?
This is the only one I'm probably thinking of a couple that I maybe could have put it a bit higher. Obviously, I personally just put a few higher than that, but I do 100% respect this film. And it's really enjoyable, especially on the summer. You know, the in the boat, you know, and that sort of the whole scene there, and then obviously there's certain bits, you know, with underwater.
It's just so fun as a Bond film because it encaptures everything that is Bond. And then as just a standalone film. You've got all those cool elements. You've got cool, protagonist, a great antagonist. You've got then all the theatricals like the underwater car, and you meet this Jaws. It's so good. It really is. And as you say, the music that goes great. It's
really funky. It's disco 70 funk mixed with the Bond film theme, and it's just.
And Roger Moore, his best film, I think, is his best acting, and it flows nicely. There's no part in the movie where I'm like, okay, I'm a bit, it just everything was so necessary and made sense, and it was so right. Everything they did, it was. And I loved the little scene where he's fighting with Jaws, which you don't actually see a lot. Inside, in this. What would you call underwater?
Like a shark. Is it that underwater base? Atlantis base.
Atlantis, thank you. I thought that was great. The Bond girl, other than the fact she's absolutely stunning, she's one of my favourite Bond girls. She was really cool, and they felt like a sidekick, a pair. And again, the love story, that was cool. I just thought it was so good. It was just for me. That's my kind of Indiana.
So it's like it's got the family escapade. It's an action event. It's relentless. Couple of hours.
I just thought it was such a cool story like this Atlantis. Like it's just so well written and it's so good for every kind of audience.
Definitely.
You can watch it forever, and then kids, and it's just it is. I can't follow it either. And again, the only reason I've got it at 6 is because. I find it's just there are other films that do it so well that perhaps I'm just more sentimental about. That's the only way I could possibly tell you why I've got it at 6 is that I'm sentimental about other films. Other than that, it could easily be a top 3 contender.
How about yourself?
Well, I put it 9th. There's some, like I said, there's some great. Like I said, I would probably there's other ones I prefer higher than that personally. But like I say, it's a really good sit down, watch film. There's all sorts of it in there, and just a really good, pleasant Roger Moore.
It is pleasant. It's rewatchable.
Easily, because it's like as I say, it captures everything that you want from a Bond film.
It's almost classic Bond.
It's very classic, and it's viewer friendly. But it's still it's not kind of made it so that you can't watch it. So like Daniel Craig's Bond films are perhaps for an older audience, which is a shame because Bond fans want to see it. But this does everything that it needs to, but then is still easily watchable and viewable. Do you know what I mean? It's just it's so easy to watch. As a Bond film, it's it's one of my go-tos again. Definitely.
Top 3 now. Right, okay.
This is it.
Third best Bond film is.
What do you say about a man like that?
3 months ago, you lost the drive containing the identity of every agent embedded in terrorist organizations across the globe.
I made a judgment call.
There isn't much road left. Take the bloody shot.
.007 reporting for duty.
Where the hell have you been?
Enjoying death.
I only have one question. Why not stay dead? There's no shame in saying you've lost a step.
I'm your new quartermaster.
You must be joking.
Author PPKS 9mm short. It's been coded to your palm print, so only you can fire it. Less of a random killing machine, more of a personal statement.
Q.
007.
I want to meet your employer.
Be careful what you wish for.
Mr.
Bond. James Bond.
How much do you know about fear?
All there is.
Not like this. Not like him.
Just look at you, chasing spies. England, the Empire. MI6. So old-fashioned. She sent you after me knowing you're not ready, knowing you would likely die. Mommy was very bad. The two survivors. This is what she made us.
Everybody needs a hobby.
So what's yours?
Resurrection.
Skyfall. Skyfall.
I'm quite.
So.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
I'm very happy. With that.
I think I'm the one who. I think I might be the person who's knocked this down. I think I actually put this 13th.
Okay.
Which is kind of mid-range. It's actually my favourite Craig film.
Yeah.
It's my favourite Craig because I feel it's the most classically Bond of the Craig films.
Yeah.
What I like about it is I think the villain is superb.
Javier
Bardem is so good in this film.
Yeah.
He's so good in this film.
I'm surprised he didn't win anything.
Yeah. I think for me the things that the thing that lets it down, there's no real Bond girl as such. There is a Bond girl, but she is wasted kind of. She's killed off quickly. And you could say that the story doesn't require that element, and there's the argument for that. But for me, it's just. It's a shame. It's a shame that they took you either have no Bond girl at all and make a statement like that, or you have a Bond girl and do something with them. Don't have just one Bond girl and then kill her off. But I think the reason it's so low for me is probably that, and also that Daniel Craig's my least favourite James Bond is probably the only reasons why this one is as low as it is, because for me it's got a great story to it, and it's truly an emotional story. It's basically Bond and M. It's their story. It's and that's the focus, and that's the whole. And you delve into Bond's past. You see his home,
I loved that,
which is great. I think
the setting in Scotland.
You don't want it on every Bond film, but for this one to do it once and do it well, they've done it super.
Because Quantum sorry, not Quantum Solace, for Spectre to come out and just say it like, this happened.
It's
useless. To give you a setting and put it in there for you to see, gives you an idea now, and that's where you start imagining Bond coming from.
And that's another problem with Spectre. It's kind of okay. Well, if this was Bond's home, then surely Blofeld was knocking about here as well. But you just can't imagine that. You don't want that.
The whole point of the film is to show you, to give you that feeling, and they did it so well. Like the house is so dark and empty.
Apart from Albert Finney, who is the best.
Great.
He is so good in this film,
and it does. It really matches up really nicely to the story that we've been told about Bond, and I like the way it starts out, the way he's kind of falls out. You know, he's in the middle of this mission, which is a great opening.
Oh, it's a great opening.
A great opening scene. Again, a bit kind of like Casino Royale, where he's been chasing this fella, biking over the rooftops.
How's that?
That is cool. And then to be shot, I mean, as we all knew, wasn't. I think kind of was it necessarily? Was it not? Because you don't kill off Bond film in a Bond film. At like 20 minutes into the film, he's going to come back. I must admit, but it was cool.
Yeah, I must admit, even for me, I was watching that thinking, I don't think he could have survived that. I know he's Bond, but I don't think he could have survived that.
For a start, he got shot and he fell like how far? So, but I loved the way, M became like a kind of the centre of this film for once. Like, again, another kind of, you know, a big character, but sometimes kind of behind closed doors a lot of the time. And you actually, I think she's done a great job of playing M. She's one of my favourite M, actually. And for her to actually come out into the grit of it as well with Bond, I thought was really nice. It brought some life to film. And again, it was emotional. If it wasn't for that emotional bit between Bond and M killing her off, I don't think the film would be as good as it is. I thought that was totally the thing that kind of captured me, was saying bye to her. Again, like in On Majesty's Secret Service, that was just heartbreaking. So heartbreaking.
So I take it you two have got it at similar places on your list.
This is my number one.
What number one?
This is my number two.
This is my number one because I absolutely adore this because for a lot of the reasons, but it's the fact that you go back to Bond. You've never experienced Bond's past. Like, you've had him chat about it, you say he may have said a certain thing, but it obviously goes into this is where he grew up, this is where he began, this is where Bond was how you see him now. And also what was great about him being shot, it's like he's built himself up to this high sort of person, but to knock him back down, to rebuild up, to say, you know, I think that was a brilliant sort of underlying feature, as well as also, because basically he's out of sync with, you know, it sounds like he's out of his league when he's going against Silver, because he's, you know, he's had this sort of, he's had this massive knockback, really. You know, he's
failing all the tests
and everything, but then obviously Ben knows he can. This is just a thing. He can overcome this and triumph this, and he does in the end. But just definitely my favourite one.
Flat out, it could have easily been my first. I feel like as well. Although he kills the villain, in a way he hasn't won. No, really. It feels like one of those films where he really doesn't feel like he's succeeded. He's lost them. Those agents at MI5 have all died. He's still lonely. He's come. You know, he's just the same. He's going to live the rest of his life as a lonely man doing this. It's just it's sad. There's so much emotion and depth to this film. There is. And I felt like it was really, considering you don't like Daniel Craig necessarily, and I like him. I think he's great. Like I said, I can see past the whole Bond theme, but this was easily his best film, the best acting, the best storyline.
He's great in this film.
And again, all the gadgets. It had the car. It brought back the DB5, which I just thought
in the best way.
It paid
even that was nostalgia as well.
To put that in with, you know, M going with him, I just thought that was just stunning, right? And it is the Bond
when his car gets blown up at the end, the look on Craig's face of
hilarious.
Bastard.
And actually that scene reminds me, the shots in that where they do the kind of the big pan of them driving through on the lane with the mountains on the side of them with the really eerie music. My skin, like you know,
you got to take your hat off to Roger Deakins. The cinematography is ridiculous in this film. It's so good in this film.
The lighting, the colouring, when
makes you want to go there. You know.
It does make you. It actually makes you want to go to Scotland, and not many films can.
And then when the house is on fire, and he's stood there looking out over the meadows in utter darkness for Bond, and it's just, you get this feeling of like intensity. It was just.
And there's the fight where there's silhouettes and they're having the fight. So unbelievable.
It's incredible. And then, as I got to say, probably my second, third best Bond song of all time.
Adele.
I'm not the biggest Adele fan, but my God,
it's a really good song.
And it works. So I love that opening title sequence. I think it's stunning, and it just goes so well. I absolutely love it, and I thought it was completely necessary for him to have that time away. And it's so cool seeing him doing the tests, because it just shows his humanity and that he has taken this knock, and he's not the the hero, relentless hero that we all know. He's gonna.
And I love the new Q. Ben Whishaw is great.
Yeah,
he's great as Q. He is. If he stays for 30 years like Desmond Llewellyn, I'd be really chuffed.
I liked the Bond girl, but then at the same time, she still didn't. Well, no, that's a lie. She did have a lot to do with it, and she was very elegant, and she was cool, and she was, she had good parts in it. But we didn't perhaps see enough of her. But I think I can forgive that just because of the storytelling, telling Bond. But it was great, and sorry, what's his name? The fellow who stepped in as M.
Ralph Fiennes.
I thought he was really good.
He's a really good M. Yeah,
I thought he was really cool. Again, some great, just a solid Bond film. All the acting was great. The shots were great. The cars were great. The gadgets were great. It was just, it was epic. I can put it first.
Right. Okay.
So it's down to 2 of them.
It's down to 2.
I don't know which 2 is going to come first.
Right.
I've been keeping track of it.
Okay.
Right. I've got a feeling I know which one.
The second best Bond film is.
I think it's going to be this one. I think it's going to be this one.
Stop. Look. He's gunning for trouble. 007. It spells Bond.
Shocking.
He's the idol of every woman.
Who are you?
Bond. James Bond.
The envy of every man. The nemesis of the treacherous Mr. Goldfinger. Goldfinger, a triumph in thrill-making cinema entertainment.
The man with the mind.
A 3-time winner for Fleming's Secret Agent 007.
Who are you?
My name is Pussy Galore.
Isn't it customary to grant the condemned man his last request?
You've asked for this.
Come and purr over Honor Blackman as Pussy Galore. The female who is all feline. Also starring Gert Frober as Goldfinger. International cheat. International menace.
Gentlemen! Goldfinger, why weren't we told the New York and the West Coast were in on this?
Goldfinger, I made a delivery. Where is my money?
And you owe me $1 million.
Goldfinger, the man with a finger in every pie. His goal, Fort Knox, the world's biggest bank. His enemy, 007, the world's wiliest, toughest gentleman agent with a license to kill. 007, it spells Bond. James Bond, mixing business with girls and thrills. Girls and fun. Girls and danger. The hotter the danger, the cooler he takes it.
I think you've made your point, Goldfinger. Thank you for the demonstration.
Choose your next witticism carefully, Mr. Bond. It may be your last.
Do you expect me to talk?
No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
Yeah.
Goldfinger.
Wow.
Knew it.
I actually think it was the other way around.
Oh, really?
Wow. So we know what number 1 is, but we'll leave that.
Yeah.
Let's focus on Goldfinger. For me, for a long time, this was number 1. This was number 1. It was only when I recently reevaluated it that I put it at number 2.
Yeah.
But for me, this is, if someone says, what's the Bond film you would recommend people watch as classic Bond? I would say
I was going to say it's simpler than that. Just what is Bond, and you go Goldfinger.
It's an easy choice.
For so early on in the whole of the franchise, for it to epitomise now what we know as James Bond is incredible. Goldfinger, excellent name, excellent actor, and then his little minion
of Job with the heart. Every the whole film is memorable. Like every scene you can remember.
So important, and it has it's so stylish. When he meets the girl out in the pool at the beginning, and then later finds her covered in gold lying on the bed, and things like that just. It's
brilliant.
Bond.
And there are some moments in there, like the laser sequence, the famous laser sequence that everyone's copied and replicated, but it's been done the most. But it's because it's so classic because you're genuinely watching this, and even every time, even if you've watched it loads of times, you're still watching it, and you're still thinking, how are you going to get out of this? It's and that shows how good a film it is, that it makes you disengage your brain from having.
I feel like
seen
this
it before.
as well was again the Godfather of kind of the one-liners, great things. Do you expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond. I expect you to die. And that from there on was just like. It just got so cool, and they've been trying to match that.
DB5, I mean, it's never better.
It's the most stunning car you've ever seen, and
it's never better than in this film.
Oh, absolutely,
it's absolutely.
And you see it as well. Not you actually see the guns raised from the bonnet. You know, you've got the ejector seat as it's going through out of the woods, and you've got the old woman with the machine gun. It's great. It's so good. It's excellent.
So good, and. Just little things like at the end the bomb stops on 007. it's iconic. It's iconic.
There's no other words to say. Made not only just for James Bond, but just agent kind of Mission Impossible theme. You know, films in general. Just that whole agent thing. It was just. It really was.
I can't. As with a couple of the top 3-4, I really am struggling to find faults with Goldfinger.
I feel like in the top potentially 6, it's so mix and match. You can just
But this one for me, it should be in the curriculum that people, all school children watch this film. I think it's just an example of British culture. This film should be.
Skyfall, great. You know, On Her Majesty's great. All of that. But Goldfinger is, you have to be honest, where it's not, the fact that it's not first, you still go, what do you want to watch? Watch Goldfinger. It is.
It's a great introduction to Bond, I think. It is the introduction to
and then
Bond.
I know this is like, but just the hat, and he chops then the statue's head, and he's a cool little guy.
He is a cool,
like,
he doesn't say a word,
who is this guy? Yeah, he's so good. It's so good.
No, what about you, on?
Yeah, I put this a bit lower than you guys. I put it in 10th. I mean, I understand it. I get the iconic. It's amazingly iconic, and obviously everything's thing. But the only reason I put it low is just I've enjoyed more the other ones. I've just personally enjoyed them better over Goldfinger, and I that's the only reason why I've had to put it there. I mean, it's brilliantly iconic. The DB5, the Goldfinger, the story's good, and obviously the Pussy Galore, the Bond
Pussy
girl,
Galore.
We forgot to even mention it.
So, but that's the only reason I had to put it as low, because, like I said, I've enjoyed the other ones just a little bit more.
It's totally understandable because it's great. We all
you can't not like it.
Yeah,
but the only reason
you've got to appreciate it. There's no doubt about that. And you would argue someone to the end of their days if they didn't think that was the case. But you've got to go. What's your personal opinion? If you didn't enjoy it as much as you did the other films, then fair enough. But we can all appreciate it.
Yeah, that's it.
So that just leaves the one.
Okay, so we've got one left. So we have decided that the best Bond film is
The second James Bond thriller could be more exciting than the first.
Krylenko. So he's back. Another Bulgarian they use as a killer. Take a look. You should remember him. This man kills for pleasure.
James Bond, that notorious, amazing Dr. No secret agent, is back, and half the world is out to kill him. As he pits his murderous talents against the Iron Curtain and its velvet women.
Well, I'll tell you something, Colturni. You're one of the most beautiful girls I've ever seen.
I think my mouth is too big.
No, it's the right size. For me, that is.
From Russia with love comes Tatiana, bait for the trap. From the four corners of the world come the men and women who play a deadly, dangerous game of espionage.
Do not be alarmed, my friend. We will make you as comfortable as possible.
Ali Kerim Bey, head of Station T, Turkey. Krasnogransky, codename Grant. Chief Executioner of Spectre.
My orders are to kill you and deliver the lecter. How I do it's my business.
M of British Secret Service. The woman called Rosa Klebb, playing a double cross.
Romano, the door. Romano!
From Russia with love. They dance for him. They yearn for him. They die for him. From Zagreb to Sofia. From Venice to Istanbul. From Paris to London. Agent 007 cuts an inimitable path through the palaces and boudoirs of espionage.
James, you're hurting me.
I'll do worse than that if you don't tell me. I'm doing this under orders I know. And what are they?
Even if you kill me, I can say nothing.
You're trapped, Mr. Bond. You cannot escape.
From Russia with love.
Yeah, I agree with that. I put it. It's in my top three.
I've got it 4, and
I've got it at 5.
Yeah, so as an average,
yeah, definitely. I mean, it's such a great story. It's like a story, like obviously the objectives to get this, but like it's like a story running between that. It's like, and I think she's a great Bond girl.
Bond girl is beautiful.
Brilliant,
and she's really good in it. Really good character.
That Donald Red Grant, Robert Shaw, how he's like the guardian angel, isn't he, throughout the whole thing.
Bond villain, I think.
Best Bond, and then obviously, he makes appearance, and obviously he's got great gag. I love the attaché case, and to turn it horizontal.
Yeah,
and you got the folding sniper rifle.
The woman who's got the knives in her.
Rosa Klebb. Just trying to stab.
It is easily the most stylish, most sophisticated of all the Bond films.
It's the most stylish.
I mean, you're going back to that era. That it really was, the suits and and they really and to put it into Venice, and with the music as well, it was just
I really love that Kerim Bey. His mate
Kerim Bey. He's great.
I think he's his best Bond ally. Brilliant.
Oh yeah, he's superb.
He's always got a story that my other son. Everybody's he's my son.
Yeah. And you feel
really cool guy.
You're really gutted when he dies.
Oh,
because you don't. Because he's great. You want him to be around the whole. He's a genuinely nice guy.
He's like, they kill each other. You're like, no. He's because he was such a good character.
Was it? Is he like the mafia or something?
He's like kind of. He runs a lot of. He kind of runs a lot.
He's head of one of the stations in
Istanbul, so he gets a lot.
T for Turkey. That's what they're saying.
Istanbul. There's so many great locations that film,
and you have the whole gypsy camp.
Just shoots one guy and he's like, thank you.
I love it as well. Obviously, it's such an early Bond film. It's the second Bond film ever made.
But that's better than what the first one, I think. It's better.
And it is crazy because, you can only could have only done so much back then.
Yeah.
And the way they, like, all the fight scenes were great. Like, just what they lacked in cinematic capabilities, they made up in style and dialogue and location settings and acting.
It's a proper thriller. It is. You could take Bond out of this, and it would be a great spy thriller, like Hitchcockian thriller.
Absolutely. Back to the time, the 60s, when it was, the Americans and the Russians and all that.
It was a lot of context to it as well. It was so real, and that's what I love about it.
And Blofeld as well is great in this, because you don't see his face at all. You only hear his voice, and that in itself makes it even more scary.
I like it kind of like that. I mean, it's great seeing him in person, seeing the way other actors kind of portray them, but for it to be behind that kind of shadow and just leave it at that just makes for more
just a sinister voice, and obviously party.
It's like
with the cat,
like Darth Vader. You don't see him for so long, and that's what makes it's just brilliant.
And then for me, Red Grant, Robert Shaw is the best Bond villain, because he's Bond's equal. He's a guy, you see him and you think he could actually do Bond.
He's the villain as well.
And the scene he has with Sean Connery, where he's got him on the floor in the train, even before their fight, which is amazing, but the dialogue where Bond has to get to his suitcase and trick him, all that stuff is amazing. Probably one of the best scenes in the whole series,
because that's where the dialogue becomes so important, so iconic. Because there's no way you're getting out of the situation.
How's he going to get out of this? He's got to talk himself out of it, and the way he does it is really clever and believable. And you've got that. You've got. We haven't even talked about the helicopter bit, where he's getting the helicopter chase after him and he has to dodge the helicopter.
And obviously on the boat, where he's got the drums and
fires the flare gun at it.
It's so cool, right? It kind of was ahead of its time. It was doing so much that you hadn't seen.
Well, this is the thing. We don't. I think with Doctor No, you kind of look at it back as kind of an old film. With this one, it doesn't feel old because it's the style and sophisticated. It actually feels quite recent, but actually, it's only the film after. It's the tone of it. And Connery's brilliant. It's probably his best performance.
It's his best performance, and I think that is where he shows. That's the kind of the Bond that we all want Bonds to be like. It is, again, just the go-to film, the go-to Bond. He is James Bond. That, from Much Love, James Bond is probably the best. Great. So stylish. It's just so cool.
It is fantastic.
And then the music, as I say, Matt Monro.
Oh, it's a great song.
It's a beautiful song.
It's so good.
It's incredible. And it just, again, as I said before, they just go hand in hand perfectly. It's so good.
Definitely.
It's hard. I'm not surprised it's the number one.
No, I'm not surprised it's not. And actually, do you know what, if someone said that would be number one, I'd be like, okay.
The only films, and I know I'm very sentimental about On Her Majesty's Secret Service, but I can understand that wouldn't be the top though. With From Russia with Love, say Goldfinger, maybe Skyfall. You have to say that just is the best Bond film. It is.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching this. Thank you for sticking around if you've watched the whole thing through. Take care, and we'll see you later.